the local plan through from the council, so that's going on as an inquiry document. I don't think it's quite made it on yet. We've had some correspondence from TfL this morning with regard to a consultation on St Thomas Street works. It's an email containing a link, an explanation, and a photograph. So we'll put the email on as an inquiry document, but you may want to respond to that if you just wanted to do a written statement or something. That would be helpful. I don't know if the council wanted to.
Well, madam, I've just been shown the email as well, sort of not something I was expecting, but
no.
Obviously at the moment I don't know what it says, and therefore in terms of the extent to which we'll need to comment on it further, we'll have to see. Hopefully it can be done in writing to the extent it has any effect on the roundtable session, but I think we'd just like to have a look at it first.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So yeah, if you have a review, if you want to come back with any sort of initial thoughts before we finish today, but
no, ma'am, we won't be able to. Well, I won't be able to take it on board today, obviously.
Yeah, fair point, actually.
I suspect my own friend probably won't be able to. So let's leave it to, if you don't mind, till next week, ma'am.
Yeah,
we've got time to collect our thoughts.
Yeah, okay. Is there any other procedural points to raise this morning about
Not
anything?
me.
Okay, well, I'm happy just to sort of pause a little bit and wait for documents. Okay, so it's welcome back, Mr. Alford. Cross-examination. So over to you, Mr. Philpott.
Thank you very much.
You've got plenty of water. Good. Should also just say there is a fire alarm scheduled at 11 o'clock. It's you again, actually. It was last week, wasn't it? It was yourself.
Yes, so I shall have the warning buzzer. It's probably an appropriate point for the mid-morning.
Yes,
break.
and I'm in your hands with breaks as well.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you then.
You.
Did you say 10 o'clock?
So, good morning, Mr. Alford.
Morning.
So you're appearing here as the scheme architect, yes?
Yes.
And so these are your creations. You have created these, and so you don't. There's no criticism in this. You don't claim to be independent or impartial about them. These are your schemes.
These are my schemes. My schemes, I represent an office which I lead with a team of architects behind me. So I'm not arrogant enough to say these are solely my creations.
Sure.
Just to be clear, there's a large body of people in my team, and then there's a large body of people in the wider team who are part of the provision of a highly complex building.
And none of what you say surprises me, but the point is right, isn't it? In those circumstances, you wouldn't and don't claim to be independent and impartial about the qualities of the design, because it's your firm's design, the design of the team you lead.
I take full responsibility for the design and,
yes.
its appearance.
But you don't claim to be independent. You can't claim to be impartial.
I'm not making
or independent.
That claim.
No, well, that was my simple question.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, I want to first deal with some matters of policy to set the scene for some of the questions we've got. So can we start with the London plan, please?
Yep.
Oh, grateful. So when you have the London plan, we need to go to policy D3, which is on page 110 of the hard copy version. So it will be 125, I think, yes. Thank you. So we're dealing here with optimizing site capacity through the design-led approach. And part A, if I can direct your attention to that first, please, Mr. Alford. This is requiring development must make best use of land by following a design-led approach that optimizes the capacity of sites, including site allocations, And then it tells us what optimizing site capacity means. It means ensuring development is of the most appropriate form and land use for the site. Design-led approach requires consideration of design options to determine the most appropriate form of development that responds to a site's context and capacity for growth, and then infrastructure capacity, and that best delivers the requirements set out in Part B. So a number of questions about that. The policy is seeking optimization and not maximization of site capacity, isn't it?
Yes, correct.
And the objective we can see is to ensure that the development is the most appropriate form for the site, responding to its context and capacity.
Yes. Yep.
And determining that requires the consideration of design options, doesn't it?
Correct. Yeah.
And those options must not only consider different forms of development in response to the site's context, but also specifically to seek, we see at the end, the form that best delivers the requirements set out in Part D of the policy. Yes?
Yeah.
And so if the inspector were to conclude that the process here did not follow that design-led approach, that would involve a breach of what's clearly a centrally important development plan policy, wouldn't it?
I should conclude that, yes.
Yeah. Now let's just look at the requirements in Part D. Two in particular I want to draw your attention to by way of context. The first, under form and layout, enhance local context by delivering buildings and spaces that positively respond to local distinctiveness through their layout, orientation, scale, appearance and shape, with due regard to existing and emerging street hierarchy, building types, forms and proportions. That's the first one. And if you turn over the page, in terms of quality and character, number 11, respond to the existing character of a place, by identifying the special and valued features and characteristics that are unique to the locality, and respect, enhance and utilize the heritage assets and architectural features that contribute towards the local character. And so if the inspector were to conclude that what is proposed here is not of a form that best delivers those requirements, then it would fail to deliver the policy objective, wouldn't it?
Correct, yeah.
And it would not then have optimized the site as it's defined.
Correct.
Good. I thought those questions would be straightforward.
Easy.
Yes, I'd like to start with something uncontroversial. Let's move on to D4, policy D4, which is page 117 of the document 132, I think, of the PDF. So this is delivering good design. And again, by way of context for questions later, we need to look at Part D. This comes under the heading of design scrutiny. And you can see design of development proposals should be thoroughly scrutinised by borough planning, urban design and conservation officers, utilising the analytical tools in Part B. And then it goes on in the last third to make specific provision, doesn't it, for development proposals referable to the mayor. You see that?
Yeah.
And for those proposals, which include this, because it's a tall building, that's right, isn't it? For those proposals, they must have undergone at least one design review early on in their preparation before a planning application is made, or demonstrate they've undergone a local borough process of design scrutiny based on the principles set out in Part E. So just pausing there before we look further, this is a mandatory requirement, and a failure to take that step results in policy conflict, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
And then Part E, so this is the alternative to the sort of mayoral process. The format of design reviews for any development should be agreed with the borough and comply with the Mayor's guidance on review principles, process and management, ensuring that. And then you've got a list of points that have to be addressed, that have to be transparent, review by independent experts, has to be mindful of the policy context and so on, and so forth. So this is not something that could be met by the normal pre-application discussions. It requires a formal and enhanced process meeting these requirements, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And the purpose of this part of the policy is of enhanced scrutiny for large schemes is to improve the quality of their design, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we can see that if there was any doubt about it in the first sentence of the explanatory text over the page 341, but that's not controversial. And the obligation to go through that process where you have, for example, a tall building reflects, doesn't it, the greater impact such buildings have. And so the particular importance of going through the rigor of the design review process before key components become fixed. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we can see, if we look back to E Part 6, planning decisions should demonstrate how design review has been addressed. So that's something that needs to be kept in mind for the purposes of the decision, doesn't it?
Yep.
Grateful. So we can we'll come back to that in terms of what happened here, but that's the policy context. You put the London plan to one side. We'll come back to it in due course and take out the Southwark plan, please. That's CDE 01. And I want to just get your help with the point of policy about the shard and its role in development control decision making here. It's a matter you dealt with in evidence in chief, and I want to come back to it. So could you go, please, within the plan to page 90? So this is the policy AV 11, the London Bridge area vision. Got that?
Yeah.
And we're looking at the second series of bullet points. So this is development in London Bridge should. And the fifth bullet point, make sure the new standard of London Bridge Station is upheld and the shard remains significantly taller and more visible than surrounding buildings as the station's landmark. So this is a policy not simply concerned with relative height, but also relative visibility, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
And that's something that requires assessment, the assessment of relative visibility and impact on its landmark qualities from different locations around the area, doesn't it? You can't just look at that by looking at height AOD. Grateful. And then if you turn on in this document to policy P17, so the tall buildings policy, which is page 133, we have got a number of criteria here. The ones that I want to focus on are in part 2 of the policy. So this is what tall buildings must satisfy. And the first of these, 2.1, be located at a point of landmark significance. That is allied to the second. The height has to be proportionate to the significance of the proposed location and the size of the site. Just want to deal with that point of landmark significance. You may recall in our opening submissions, we said this, and I'll just read out the text to you. it's self-evident from the landmark significance criterion that not all sites within the council's area, including those that fall within the broad locations identified by the plan as potentially suitable for tall buildings, will be located at points of landmark significance. Now, as a matter of simple logic, that must be right, mustn't it?
As a point of logic, there's always nuance, but yes.
Yeah. And it must also be right. I mean, you've seen that very broad area shaded blue on the plan, that not every site within that very broad area will have enough space successfully to accommodate a tall building.
Thanks.
Yeah. And we get some guidance on point of landmark significance in the fact box at page 135. I'll just turn to that. And that tells us that a point of landmark significance is where a number of important routes converge, where there is a concentration of activity, and which is or will be the focus of views from several directions. And I just want your help with those points, please. So taking the first, I'd like you to have open for these purposes your presentation on day 2, INQ 07. And I do apologise.
Yes, my presentation.
I've got my own, but it's covered in.
No. I've got so many versions of it. Yours got 75 pages and ends on thank you.
No, mine's got 196 pages and ends on thank you. Yours must have been an earlier iteration.
Okay. It's this one here, and 196 pages, thank you.
Yeah, that's
You
it.
can borrow mine, but I've got lots of flags for this.
I don't, as long as there's not annotation on the pages I'm going to, I want to look at 10A and 11A. 10A is page 20 and
no annotation on that.
And then 11A is page 27. Thank you very much. I'm grateful. Yeah. Yeah, so it's 10A and 11A, so pages 20 and 27.
Yeah.
So I want to, I think these are useful images for this purpose because they show existing tall buildings and they also show the transport arrangements. So for the purposes of convergence of important routes, obviously 2 elements to that, aren't there? But the routes need to be important and the site needs to be at the place where they converge, where a number of important routes converge. So 2 elements, yes?
Yes.
Yes. It's not enough simply to be located somewhere along an important route.
That's what you're saying, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't catch.
I said that's what you're saying.
No, I want to ask you,
Okay.
Do you accept that where the policy says
where routes converge?
yeah, so it's not enough just to be located somewhere along an important route, is it?
Yes, I agree with that.
I'm grateful. And if we look at the current cluster example, so look at image 10A
Yeah.
and the news building, for example, This is, it's at the convergence of the railway line, tube lines, and there's a bus station there, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the Shard and Shard Place flank the entrance to the tube and rail station, and they sit immediately beside or on top of where a number of rail and tube routes converge.
Yes.
And so then we look at St Thomas Street. It's a lower order transport route when compared to Borough High Street and Tooley Street, isn't it, in terms of its characteristics?
St Thomas Street.
Yeah.
It's a major pedestrian route. I mean, it was more busy yesterday than I've ever seen it.
Yes, that wasn't my question, was it? Do you recall what the question was?
So can you repeat the question?
It's a lower order transport route when compared to Borough High Street and Tooley Street.
St Thomas Street is a big transport of what? People or buses?
Or all modes of
No, I
transport.
wouldn't agree with that. I would say St Thomas Street, not least because of the connections and the population pouring out of the station, is a busier street than Borough High Street.
Okay, well, for my purposes, it doesn't much matter. You take a different view, inspector form a judgment on that. Let's assume, for the purpose of these questions, that the inspector agrees with you that it's an important route. Okay,
Yes.
Assume for these purposes. The point of convergence of Borough High of St Thomas Street with another important route is where it meets Borough High Street, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, that's a convergence.
Yeah, and that's where Barclays Bank is located, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
The appeal site is not at the point where those two routes converge, is it?
The Shard doesn't, you stated earlier.
I'll ask you a question about this site.
Okay.
The appeal site, you can see it
The
on
appeal
10A.
site is at the corner of Borough High Street and St Thomas Street. It is there, and its relationship with the station sets up that relationship because the station comes out onto that street and everyone walks around. So it is right on that corner, and it's connected by the yard as well.
Just take it in turns.
The whole of that corner, with the 15.5 million people moving into Borough Market, you can't take a seat. The Barclays Bank does not receive 15.5 million people. It receives a few people using an ATM. The whole of that, if you drew a circle around that corner, you're taking Borough Market, the tube exit, the staircase exit onto Southwark Street, the diagonal crossing, the setback on the street above. That is the point of convergence. That whole corner.
I see. So you have seen the point at which the two routes converge as being the entire block. Yes.
Yes, because the route into Borough High Street is as prime as the route up Borough High Street to London Bridge. The route into Borough Market and the crossing to Thomas Street is why a diagonal crossing has been made. That whole junction, it's not the bank that is the junction, it is the whole convergence. And it includes Southwark Street sweeping up, the split from Borough High Street, the route into the market, the route down from London Bridge. That is one corner of activity.
So let me get this clear then. So you would include, presumably, if you're standing outside Keats' house and the inspector can judge this on site,
Yeah.
you say that the inspector will be where a number of important routes converge. Standing on St Thomas Street outside Keats' house, the inspector is where a number of important routes converge.
The site,
Just as well as when stood outside Barclays Bank.
that entire area, that whole cluster is the movement pattern of that area. That is where the activity of people and that importance of that site is. Just as in the news building, the side street that runs down to the south of that building is a minor street, but one side is very, very busy. So if you walk from the Shard Place along the street with the news building on your right and the historic building of the various small pubs and coffee shops, it's a minor and secondary historic street. The news building, as you were saying, is a point of convergence. That is not a point of convergence. The corner where the circular drum and surfacing access is perhaps a point of convergence. So a site is not a little fragment of space. This is the greater context of the site.
Yeah, so just come back to my question.
Yeah.
Your answer is that when the inspector stands outside Keats' house, she's just as much at a location where a number of important routes converge as she is when she's at Barclays Bank.
Yes,
you don't distinguish between the two.
because you have the convergence of the population that are coming down the staircase, who will be coming down the staircase between St Thomas Street and Shard Place, and then going into the new quad, and then heading south to Memorial Garden.
But we're talking about the existing position. In the existing position, the existing site, when the inspector is stood outside Keats' house, she is at, this is a location where a number of important routes converge, standing outside Keats' house. That's your evidence.
Yes.
Grateful. And just to take this a step further, just to understand then the context of the site itself, you go on to page 72 of this presentation.
That 11A you're talking about?
189B now, please, sorry. Page 72, 189B. 189B, it's on page 72.
189B, yes.
Yeah, so that's public realm proposed. It's just a convenient sort of ground floor plan.
Yeah.
The site itself, when one looks at the proposed location for the tall building within the site, it's set back in the southeast corner, isn't it?
Yes.
So, and as compared certainly to the Georgian Terrace, Keats' house, it doesn't have a street frontage onto St Thomas Street.
No.
It's fairly described as in a backland location.
A sort of backland location where we've made the scheme which involves the opening up of the tube. It becomes a frontland location if you want to. It's transformed by the overall proposition.
It doesn't have, I think you've agreed, a street frontage when compared to the listed terrace and Keats' house. It's sat in the southeast corner of the site. Yes.
Yes.
And we can see that it sits at the convergence of King's Head Yard and East Yard, but I don't think you're claiming those are important routes for these purposes.
The New Yard, the tube exits, St Thomas Square are.
I see, but we're in terms of the existing, see whether this is an existing landmark location where important routes converge.
You're referring me to a proposed plan. So
yeah, and just to identify where within the site the tall building will be. The tall building will not be on the street frontage. It will be in the southeast corner, and the only two routes that converge at this point are not important routes of the sort that the policy has in mind, are they?
At this moment in time?
No. Then the next criterion is concentration of activity. And the current components of the sort of Shard family, Shard and Shard Place, they're flanking the entry points to one of London's busiest rail and tube stations, which inevitably involves a high concentration of activity, isn't it?
Correct, yeah.
And the news building, also high concentration of activity, associated not only with the proximity to the station, but also the entrance to the news building is next to station access and right next to a busy bus station.
On one side, in your terminology, one end of the news building is.
Yeah.
It runs down to an area, that is quite quiet and is historically backlands.
Yeah.
But the building itself has transformed its own setting.
Yes, we're here looking at a point of landmark significance as identifying where tall buildings must be located. So we're looking at the existing condition. I just want to take this back to the appeal site. The appeal site at present doesn't feature any comparable major attractor of footfall, does it? The appeal site itself.
I believe it does, because each of these buildings has so if you read the 2014 review of the Shard, it says it exits onto a grimy, run-down Southwark Street. The Shard and the news building and other developments coming forward are part of the ongoing transformation. This is not a fixed moment in time.
Mr. Alford, you're not answering with respect.
Yeah.
You're not answering my question. I'm asking about the appeal site at present. The appeal site at present does not feature any comparable major attractor of footfall, does it?
I believe it equals for sure the news building.
So you say that the appeal site has an equivalent, comparable major attractor of footfall on the site at present,
as the news building does,
and that is what? That's the current use of the site.
It has the same convergence and set of descriptions as the news building site.
No, we're dealing with a very different. We're not on convergence of routes.
Okay. Yeah,
we're on a concentration of activity.
This is a tremendous concentration of activity coming out of the tube station and in St Thomas Street.
Mr. Alford, you know my question.
I'm not giving you the answer you
want.
No,
it's not about
an answer.
No, it's not. You're not answering.
I'm answering the question.
Okay, let me. Okay, well let me take the elements. The tube station is apart from the back wall, but looking at the moment, it's a back wall. The tube station does not form part of the site, which is a major attractor of footfall, is it? The tube station discharges people out onto Borough High Street, doesn't discharge people into the site.
The bus station only discharges people into the building when it exists.
No, I'll answer my question about the site.
Yes.
I'm right, aren't I?
No.
The tube station, major attractor of footfall, but it's not within the site at present.
It is next to the site.
Yes, it's not within the site.
It's part of the site. Cities are not pinpoint moments. They are complex movements of people.
Well, let's see if we can agree in terms of approach, at least. We obviously depart on that point. Are you inviting the inspector to conclude that a site should be regarded as having a concentration activity because people walk past it to access a major attractor of footfall, such as a station? Because people walk past it.
The rest is made by people walking past the site.
So are you
Most of us walk past sites, we don't go into them, but the intensity of people usage is what makes a site have an address, and the address is what then calls into being the building.
Mr. Alford, we're looking at a policy criterion where there is a concentration of activity. I just want to understand, are you saying that you have approached this criterion on the basis that as long as people walk past a site to access a major attractor of footfall, then that site itself is where there is a concentration of activity?
Yes.
And if that's right, it would make every building along the western end of St Thomas Street and every building along Borough High Street a location where there's a concentration of activity, wouldn't it?
There's a concentration of activity in those zones.
Yeah, every single site along Borough High Street and every single site along the western end of St Thomas Street, on your approach, is a location where there is a concentration of activity.
Yes.
It would make that bit of the policy meaningless, wouldn't it? Because it means wherever you've got a busy route, anywhere along it, you've got a concentration of activity on your approach.
That's why you get site assembly. So Borough High Street has historical lines and large buildings are unlikely to come forward. But where there are large sites along that activity, development will come forward, as it has continuously over time, and ever more recently since the Shard has come along. So before the Shard came along, no one was developing, apart from a hospital, which is a separate project, no one was developing tall buildings. Since the Shard has come along, a whole suite of tall buildings have come along. So the junction of Western Street and St Thomas Street would not be a busy place, but a whole suite of buildings are coming along there because of the movement of people.
So on your analysis,
out the railway station.
Sorry, on your analysis, Mr. Alford, bear in mind this is identifying where would be a suitable location for a tall building. So far as that criterion is concerned, your approach would mean anywhere along the western end of St Thomas Street and anywhere along Borough High Street would meet that criterion.
In terms of the density, then of course the site itself has to become suitable in terms of its scale.
Yes, but so far as that criterion is concerned, it means that it's not really discriminating against any along any of these busy routes.
That is what that model shows you, that a series of buildings to the left if you look at the model there, have come along and called into being because the Shard was called into being, and then they've been called into being, and they're carrying on down that street.
Well, we can deal with the implications of that, but I just want to carry on to the third criterion, which is or will be a focus of views from several directions. Now, at the moment, the appeal site is not presently the focus of views from several directions, is it? It's not the focus of views.
No.
And if you just take up, please, Ms. Adams' proof of evidence, just for a convenient image. So when you've got that, if you turn to page 26.
Yeah.
So figure 9. Got a view looking west along St Thomas Street. Got that? And one of the reasons why it's not a focus of views from several directions at present is partly because of its location in the middle of a run of buildings of similar height, and also partly because there's a local landmark, isn't there, on the opposite side of the street, which is a focus of view.
Yeah, there's a local landmark on the street, for sure.
And from the west, if you're looking at it from the other direction, the Shard is a focus of views, but the appeal site is not.
The Shard Place and the Shard are, yeah, correct.
And clearly, if you put a big enough building on any site, it's likely to become a focus of views to some extent. But that doesn't tell you anything, does it, about whether the site itself is located as a point of landmark significance?
No, and the logic of that you can't argue with.
Yeah, grateful. So I want to go back then to the Southwark Plan policy, P17, please.
Sorry, which one?
P17. So this is the Southwark Plan.
Yeah. Sorry, which page?
It's page 133.
Yep.
And we're back in part 2 again. And there are a series of requirements that we've seen that must be met by any proposed tall building. And a failure, therefore, to meet any of those would result in conflict with the policy, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And I want to look, we looked at 2.1 and 2.2. I want to look at 2.3. It must make a positive contribution to the London skyline and landscape, taking into account the cumulative effect of existing tall buildings and emerging proposals for tall buildings. And then 2.5, it must respond positively to local character and townscape. Now, whilst you and I might not agree on the outcome of an assessment against those two criterion, a proposal that fails to do either of those things would fail to accord with the policy. That's clear, isn't it?
That's absolutely correct. I have no doubt we wouldn't agree.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not going to try and persuade you that you're wrong about that. Now, I then want to just look, so that's helpful by way of policy context. I want to then move on to look at the existing buildings. So you can put the plans, the two parts of the development plan to one side. We'll come back to them later, but just to help you keep the decks reasonably clear. So you'll need, for this next issue, which is just to ask a bit about the existing buildings, Ms. Adams' proof of evidence.
Yep.
And if you can go to her page 28. She says in 334, workspace within the existing building is advertised online by First Office Hub, and she's put in an appendix with extracts from that, as providing lettable office space for start-up businesses. From a site visit in June 2022, the building appears to be mainly, if not fully, tenanted, alongside workspace shared facilities include a cafe, roof space, courtyard, and reception. Just want to understand, is that disputed as a matter of fact? Is this a description of what's there?
No, as I think I advised clearly yesterday, it's on a subsidised rent to kind of meanwhile use.
Yeah, and if you just take up your proof of evidence, please. And when you've got your proof, could you turn to page 23? And paragraph 335, this picks up a point you returned to in evidence in chief yesterday. You say here the constrained floor-to-floor heights, atomised floor plates and life-expired plant installations present unviable challenges for adaptation to modern working practices. I just want your help, please. Where in the application or inquiry documents do I find any independent and impartial analysis that demonstrates that it wouldn't be viable to adapt the existing building to modern working practices? Is there an independent report or assessment that I can look at?
I am an expert in office buildings. I built millions of square feet of them in the UK, America, and Europe. Our client is an expert. This building is past its usable life, which is why it has a subsidised meanwhile use, just as a untenanted residential building might have guardian squatters in it, except in this case it's legalised. The building is at the end of its usable life. It doesn't meet any of the energy requirements or ratings.
And what's the answer to my question? Do you remember the question?
I'm bringing my expert advice, which is why I'm commissioned to design buildings.
But do you remember the question?
Yes, you asked for independent.
Yeah, I said, where in the application or inquiry documents is there any independent or impartial analysis of this matter that I can look at, that I can examine, so I can look at the factors, look at the considerations? Where have I found
my advice is my advice. Her advice is her advice. She is no more impartial than I'm impartial. I'm giving an opinion on the office building.
Mr. Adams, Mr. Alford, sorry. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, we started, you remember, by identifying, and you accepted quite fairly, you couldn't be independent or impartial about this. Now, Miss Adams is instructed as an independent expert to come along and give her view as an independent party. I'm asking you, and I'll ask you again, is there any independent or impartial analysis, not just your say-so as the architect of the scheme?
Forgive me, but I'm sorry to interrupt you, but he agreed earlier on that he wasn't independent in relation to the quality of the design of the schemes. You didn't ask him whether he was independent or otherwise in relation to the existing building.
Well, I would suggest that in terms of the evidence as to the merits of this and as against alternatives, which might include refurbishment, you can't be independent when it's your own scheme that you've designed and you're defending the choices made.
So I couldn't design a building.
You can give evidence.
I'm not a product of a London plan and an algorithm. I'm a designer of buildings who looks at opportunities, analyses cities. So I'm independent, intelligent, and impartial when I look at the opportunity. I don't do every project that comes to me, and I develop a brief with a client in response to a situation. As I made very clear yesterday, we spent 6 months with an independent advisor, Peter Riddington of Donald Insel Associates, looking at the site, the existing building, and the opportunity to reuse it and extend it, and it failed to pass any of those tests. The existing building is a miserable and depressing place to be. I can give you that as a completely independent and impartial piece of advice, because I've looked at buildings all day long. That is what I do for a living. That is what my office has grown from 4 of us to 500 people doing over the last 30 years, is looking at buildings and giving clients advice as to whether to buy them, whether to retain and refurbish and extend them, or whether to redevelop them. So that is the essence of my activity as an architect.
Let me simplify this. Is there anything in writing that I can look at other than your say-so that is the case?
It's an informed professional opinion.
Well, you've said that, but your proof of evidence simply states in one paragraph, well, is there anything in writing that analyses it step by step that I can look at?
Miss Adams has zero expertise in the design of offices.
Mr. Alford, you're not answering my questions.
Has there been a study done?
Yeah.
Separate, just to look at, the viability of the building or anything?
Certainly from the very beginning, these studies were done. That was the first 6 months of the project.
And is that in front of the inquiry?
No.
Right. Okay. Is that?
That's what I was expecting to get much quicker than that, but you got there. Thank you very much, madam. And the first time, I think I'm right in saying that there has been any expansion beyond what's said in 335 of your proof in terms of analysis is what you said yesterday, isn't it? Yesterday afternoon. First time we've had any explanation beyond that.
Yesterday was my chance to explain what we were doing.
Mr. Alford, you've got two schemes here.
Yeah.
They include extensive design and access statement.
Yeah.
They include an environmental statement which considers alternatives that have been looked at. You've provided a very extensive written proof of evidence. You've provided a rebuttal proof. Am I right in understanding that the first time there has been any explanation of this point that goes beyond the single sentence in 335 is in the oral evidence you gave yesterday?
If you look at the consultation and read the details of all the meetings we had with Southwark, it talks about our analysis of the existing situation, the first 6 months. If you go through the consultation documents, it talks about the presentation, the discussion about what was worth keeping on the site and what wasn't worth keeping on the site. That is all in that quite extensive set of notes of discussions with Southwark about this as a development opportunity, and the acknowledgement by both parties that the existing buildings were beyond their reasonable life. That is in the consultation documents.
Mr. Alford, in terms of my question, must focus on my question. My question was about expansion and explanation of the factors that you refer to in 335 in a single sentence. Am I right in understanding that the first expansion and explanation of those factors was in the oral evidence you gave yesterday, so far as this inquiry is concerned?
It's detailed in the discussion about the development of the site in the long list in my proof of evidence of the consultations and the discussions with Peter John, Steve Platts, and the team at Southwark about the products, the sites, and the project's development potential. So it is completely outlined in detail in all those discussions, and with the GLA and with other people. Some were not pro the development, some were more pro the development. At one point, Peter John, the head of Southwark at the time, says, "What is not to like about the new scheme?" So there's a detailed set of notes about talking about the project, showing what we're removing, why we're removing it, and what we're keeping to improve the setting of the heritage assets. That's a detailed description of the building.
Alford, I'm asking you, just let's look at the words.
And I'll give you an answer.
Yeah, and let's look at the words that are used here. The explanation in terms of floor heights, floor plates, ability to adapt to modern working practices. Are you saying to the inspector that insofar as there is any explanation of those factors, detailed explanation that predates what you said yesterday, she's to find it in your account of the discussions with
there was detailed discussion about the building being beyond its use, and the detailed discussion about the site development potential, the detailed discussion about the possible density development. There's a detailed record of the discussion with Southwark about why the buildings were beyond their use and how you could do it in the consultation note.
So when the inspector comes to form a judgment about whether she accepts this, that this has been demonstrated, that's where you invite her to look, to base her judgment as to whether this is right.
To read through the detailed conversations with Southwark and GLA and others.
And is there anything in the design and access statement which engages with the detail of these matters in terms of refurbishment?
The design and access statement moves forward and talks about the design of the project.
So is the answer yes or no?
Yes, the design and access talks about why we are taking this site forward, talks about the density, talks about the opportunity, and talks about the fact that the existing buildings are beyond their reasonable life with bad energy standards.
Does it explain in detail these points that are identified in 335, the difficulties with adaptation to modern working practices, for example? Is that detailed in there?
It's covered, but not necessarily detailed.
No. Well, the inspector can have a look and form a judgment about that. Now, there's no evidence before this inquiry, is there, that seeks to demonstrate that buildings are likely to fall into disuse or disrepair if one or other of these two schemes is not permitted. That's not part of your case, is it?
These buildings are already failing. They're unlettable on a commercial basis.
The answer to my question, please. Is there any evidence before the inspector that seeks to demonstrate these buildings are likely to fall into disuse or disrepair if one or other of these schemes is not consented?
There's clear advice as to why they fail. You only have to walk around them to see why they fail.
Mr. Offord, we're not going to finish today if you don't answer my question.
That's right. I've got till Monday.
Well,
if you're gonna, I don't want to be threatened. If you're going to ask me that, I'm saying I've got till Monday.
No, but I need a direct and concise response to my question. Is there evidence before the inspector that seeks to demonstrate that buildings are likely to fall into disuse or disrepair if one of these two particular schemes is not consented?
I think there's a good description of why they will not succeed moving forward and why they need to be redeveloped.
But that's not my question, though, is it? My question is, is there evidence that shows that unless these two particular schemes are approved, these buildings are likely to fall into disuse or disrepair?
Evidence of that specific answer to that specific question.
No, thank you. Nor is there any evidence, is there, to demonstrate that redevelopment with one of these two tall buildings is the only way to redevelop this site? That's not what you sought to demonstrate.
We sought to demonstrate that the best way to redevelop the site is along the lines, and we've shown two different ways of doing it through the submission of two planning applications.
And the answer to my question, you're not seeking to demonstrate, are you, that these are the only two ways the site can be redeveloped?
These are the only two ways ourselves and our client who owns the site would wish to redevelop them in an appropriate way.
That's not quite the same, though, is it? The way you wish to.
That's not the only way. Every architect would deliver a different solution to a site, and every client will have a different financial model.
Yes, we'll come back to that matter in due course. Now, I want to look then at the local context in terms of tall buildings. So take up your proof of evidence, please, and turn to page 31. Where you've got in section 3.9 some photographs of what was in the area in the past, and we can see from your figure 107, bottom of the page, it's page 31. And we can see, so far as the buildings that are located around the Shard are concerned, Southwark Towers, as I understand it, was replaced by the Shard. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe the whole area was a part of the Shard site. Yeah.
New London Bridge House replaced by the News Building. Is that right?
Yeah.
So both schemes replaced one tall building with another of a much better quality design.
I don't know what work they did to test whether it had been properly. I can't say the quality of the design because I haven't got in front of me the evidence to show the audit they did of the existing buildings.
So just you don't have any view as to whether the previous buildings were of an equal or better design to what's replaced it. You don't have a view.
No, I have a view, but I'm saying I haven't got the evidence because I haven't got the analysis of the floor plates. So I'm not the architects for those buildings. Okay, you just asked me for the evidence of my analysis of the buildings. I'm saying I haven't got the plans and sections in front of me to analyse those buildings.
Okay,
and whether they can be kept or not.
My purpose, it doesn't really matter. I was just giving you the opportunity to express a view. Doesn't matter. Guy's Tower, we also see in figure 107.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think in your evidence, you claim that Guy's Tower should be regarded as representing high quality design, do you?
It represents its period, and it's been recently reclad and somewhat enhanced by that recladding.
But do you say that it represents high quality design in context?
It is not the strongest building, but it has some qualities.
And do you say it represents high quality design in context?
I think it's become part of the history of Southwark.
And
it has a constructivist idea of a sculptural roof form. It has certain characteristics. I mean, fashions come and go. When it was built, it's regarded as a building of some interest. It is currently out of fashion, but so was Balfron Tower, which is now, much loved.
But your professional opinion, I'm here asking you your professional opinion.
I'll give you a professional opinion. The building has some qualities of duration over time. That means it has more qualities, say, than the two speculative office buildings that were built next to it, because it has this hospital programme and this lecture and auditorium at the roof and a level of articulation. So it has some design quality. Is it the finest tall building in London? No. Does it have some quality? Yes.
But Mr. Offord, that's not what I asked you. I didn't ask you either of those two extremes. I asked you this. Do you consider, taking all matters in the round, that it represents high quality design in its context? Yes or no?
I think it represents history and has some quality. High quality design is a sort of, in each person's eye, your view of high quality design and mine, I suspect, are quite different. It has some important qualities.
My views don't matter. I'm not here to express a view. You are. Do you say, last opportunity to answer the question, do you say it represents high quality design in its context?
It represents good design and sits in its context historically with reasonable strength.
So you don't go as far as to say high quality design.
I wouldn't say high, but I would say it's good.
Do you say it has a successful relationship with its local context?
Yes, I walked around the site yesterday and tried to rethink and with a fresh eye after 10 years. I think it actually becomes part of the backdrop of the site and the sites around it, and is now part of the history of the area. So the Eiffel Tower was considered to be a terrible intrusion on the skyline of Paris when it first went up, and was only justified because it was going to come down. The same with the Millennium Wheel. So once buildings become part of the structure of their place, then they actually merit consideration as part of the context. The context isn't something we return to back to its condition at a moment in time. It becomes part of its context and is therefore perceived in a longer history of the urban landscape.
So when the inspector is judging what you say about how the appeal proposals sit in context, it would be fair for her to record that you regard Guy's Tower as representing good design and having a successful relationship with its local context. That's fair, isn't it?
I think there's a working relationship with its local context.
A successful relationship. That's what you said a moment ago.
No, I didn't say successful.
I did.
Become part
you
of
said
the history and grain of its site, and therefore the site is transformed.
Mr. Offord, I had a clear answer. My question, I've got it typed out here, has a successful relationship with local context. Answer, yes. Should I replace yes with no?
I expanded and said that all these buildings become part of the grain of an area, and buildings that are unfashionable go in and out of fashion. St Pancras Station was unfashionable in the 60s, which is why the British Library demolished the walls and the goods yard. The British Library was unfashionable and has now become much more accepted. Trellick Tower was an imposition in its area and has now become accepted. So buildings over time, as people get familiar with them, the Shard was the subject of a public inquiry because it was deemed to be a terrible intrusion in this area. But we are now talking about it as a kind of monument. I happen to think Shard's quite handsome. I'm not arrogant enough to go around dismissing 70-year-old buildings on the basis of current fashion. So I recognise buildings become part of their context, get re-understood, and actually attitudes in society change.
Yes, I'm after your judgment.
That is quite a clear statement of my judgment.
Mr. Alford, I'm after your judgment, sitting here now, as we are, because the inspector's going to have to make a recommendation in the present day. Do you regard Guy's Hospital Tower as having a successful relationship with its local context? I had an answer, yes.
I do. I think Guy's Hospital Tower has become part of the history of the area, and it would be arrogant for us now to just dismiss a building because of current whims for, say, more glassy buildings, and particularly in an embodied carbon world where we're moving towards net zero. Every building needs to be assessed in terms of its merits. It was recently reclad to improve its setting. So I think it does a good job, and it is part of the history of the area.
I think we're going around in circles.
I think that's a reasonable answer.
I
think it's a reasonable answer.
Do you like it?
Do I like it? Yeah. Not particularly, but that's a personal like. Yeah. Elizabeth Adams doesn't like our building.
Yeah,
I do like it, but I'm not arrogant enough to go around condemning the history of architecture because of today's fashions. And I've tried to highlight that by talking about how things change.
Yes, I take the point. Okay, I think it's just more of a straightforward point. Okay. I think was being put to you. Okay.
Yes,
and it wasn't quite that straightforward. It wasn't whether I liked it; it was whether it was successful in its context.
Right.
Do you regard it as something that the Secretary of State should look to and regard as a precedent for future development in this area?
It's not a precedent. This is a unique one-off building, which is a vertically stacked educational building. So it's not a precedent unless we're building a series of vertically stacked educational buildings.
And for the appeal site, the new tall building won't replace a pre-existing tall building, will it? There's no tall building at the moment. It's a location where, as far as I'm aware, from looking at the evidence, there's never been a tall building. Is that right?
That's right, yeah.
Now, we can go to Miss Adams' set of slides. That's INQ 09.
Which page number?
And when you've got that, if you go to the second page, figure 2, just another useful set of images of the western end of St Thomas Street. And I want to look at the bottom image. Now, I'll have a chance to explore the conservation areas with Mr. Stewart, but one of the characteristics of the western end of St Thomas Street is the relative consistency of height, isn't it?
Yeah.
And one of the benefits of that is it allows St Thomas Church its prominence as a local landmark on the north side, isn't it?
Within reason, it's a very small local landmark.
It's a small local landmark, but it's it is obviously to be judged in its local context, and that consistently lower rise character continues through the yards and along Borough High Street, and one can see that on the model just at a glance, can't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. So either appeal scheme will introduce a tall building into this part of the Borough High Street area for the first time, won't it?
Yes.
Thank you. Put that document to one side, and I'm now turning to another subtopic: tall buildings joining the Shard cluster. And for this, you'll need to have the consultation responses, the responses from CABE. So this is part of the 2018 process of design review, and we've got 2 CABE letters. CDC 09 is the first one, which is the June 2018 letter. So just gather together the references from the two letters. If we start from the first one, CDC 09, bottom of the first page, you see the third sentence. However, the isolation of the tower from other tall buildings in the area and its proximity to the historic buildings within the conservation area clearly lead to a significant impact on the conservation area and on historic views. And then it continues, in the presentation, the height of the building was partly justified on analysis of tall building clusters in London, including the immediate area around London Bridge. However, owing to the relative isolation noted above, the panel do not consider the proposed building to be part of this cluster, if indeed the existing morphology can be meaningfully called a cluster. So just keep that in mind and turn on to their next letter. So this is after, I think, the further presentation. November 2018, this is CDC 010. And if you turn to the third page, you'll see a subheading just over halfway down, tall buildings and key local and distant views. Have you got that, Mr. Alford?
Yes, I have, yeah, thank you.
And they say, we reiterate our advice from May 2018. The local planning authority should operate a fully up-to-date policy on scale of development. As in May 2018, we do not believe a tall building on this site can be seen as part of a London Bridge cluster of tall buildings. So after two presentations, they still formed the view that it wouldn't be seen as part of that cluster. That's clear, isn't it?
The second sentence they read says, we strongly recommend that if approved, this proposal should form the western stop of the line of tall buildings in progress along St Thomas Street, so not set a precedent for further tall buildings adjacent. But I think that comment should be added to give context to their comment.
Very, very happy for you to add that. That's what they say, but it's quite clear, isn't it, that I'm right, that after two presentations, they still didn't think it would form part of that cluster. That's what they say.
I think they were recognising it's a work in progress, and they had an opinion that I think was quite varied in the meeting, different people expressing different opinions, as CABE reviews are, and those two sentences reflect the two positions that were offered.
Well, just let's have a look. We, so this is expressing the view now in writing on behalf of the body, do not believe a tall building on this site can be seen part of the London Bridge cluster of tall buildings. That's entirely unambiguous, isn't it?
Yeah, it says it's not part of the London Bridge cluster.
Yeah.
It then says, we strongly recommend that if approved, this proposal should form the western stop of a line of tall buildings. So that's, to me, it's a classic CABE response, which is that it's not part of the cluster, but if it is approved, it should be the western end of the cluster.
And look at why they...
Two opinions, because two opinions were expressed in the meeting. Some of the panel were very much saying it wasn't part of the clusters, and others were saying, well, it could be part of the cluster, but if it is, it should be the end of it. That's what the two sentences state. Well, because CABE doesn't give a consistent opinion, it gives a variegated opinion representing a diverse set of views. It is not one coherent opinion. I've chaired CABE design review panels.
Well, I know that, and we'll come to that. Just two points arising from your answer. You express this as two different views, but there's not a necessary inconsistency, is there? They can say, as they clearly and unambiguously do as a body, we do not believe it will be seen as part of the cluster. But say, if it's approved, in other words, if notwithstanding that point it's approved, it should be the western stop
of the cluster.
Yeah,
yes.
If it's approved. So in other words, if our view is not accepted, it should be the western stop.
Yes.
And then it goes on to, in the second point, to give a reason for that, so as not to set a precedent for further tall buildings adjacent. So the concern is that if their view is overridden, that it's not part of the cluster, that the cluster might otherwise spread. That's their concern, isn't it?
That appears to be their concern.
Yeah. And the views of the panel, the CABE panel, clearly important, not just because of their independent expertise, but also because, as we've seen, the significant role they're given by development plan policy. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And that's a view informed, obviously, by all that you put before them in, was it two separate presentations?
Yeah.
And let me just take up another document in this context, which is the Tulip Inspector's Report, please. So this is CDH10.
CDH10.
Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know, Mr. Orford, is this a document you're familiar with? Have you?
No, I don't study the tulip.
You've been saved that particular delight. Anyway, just you're aware of broadly where it was and the sort of proposal it was. And to be fair to you, just the point I'm going to ask you about, obviously this was focused because it was a building that sat within the city cluster, in the city cluster. So just to make that clear. But there's a discussion in here. If you turn to page 137 of the written version, if you're looking at it electronically, I think it's pages 151 and following, but 137 of the printed version, you'll see there is a heading approach to considering the setting of the Tower of London, and then a heading subheading juxtaposition. But if you then look at what's said in 14.7, that there was consideration of the concept of clustering of tall buildings in the city, and as I said, the focus of attention there was to do with the City of London cluster. So so you got the context fairly. And that was a discussion of the concept of clustering towers together by reference to the potential impact of tall buildings on the outstanding universal value of the World Heritage Site. You can see that that's what was being discussed in that case.
Yeah.
Albeit, as I said, in the context of a different cluster. And you're alive, though, to the fact that the impact of clusters of tall buildings, in this case, on the South Bank, on the OUV of the WHS.
I'm alive to that notion, yeah.
Yeah, it's in play here, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we can look at what was said by the inspector, having considered, as we did at length in that case, all of the various backwards and forwards between the World Heritage Committee and ICOMOS and the government. It says this: following the ICOMOS mission, the world.
So where are
this
you?
is 14.7. I do apologise.
Sorry, yeah.
The WHC confirmed that it favoured the clustering of tall buildings in the city. It did not say it favoured tall buildings. Rather, it saw confining them to a small area as a way of avoiding the spread of towers and limiting any adverse impact on World Heritage Sites. This is not the same thing. And then if you look, there's a quotation, and then beyond that, a sentence beginning the WHC. The WHC therefore encouraged the city to curate the cluster in order to limit the harm to the World Heritage Sites. It did not advocate more tall buildings on the basis they would of themselves be beneficial. Rather, it saw corralling the towers together as a way of safeguarding what remains of the openness of the setting of the White Tower. And then if you go to 14.8, doesn't automatically negate concern regarding development in the cluster. It does not mean that it's necessarily positive to have modern skyscrapers standing near historic buildings. What it means is that if new office towers are inevitable, which they have seemed to be, at least until recently, it will be better to put them all together. So dealing with a different cluster, and appreciate that, but the concept there is that where you've got, as in London, an inevitability of new office towers, corralling them together in clusters is one way of safeguarding what remains of the setting of the Tower of London, that putting them together helps to reduce their overall impact. You can see that's the concept of play.
I can understand the concept, yes. You're obviously much more familiar with this document than I am, but I'm catching up with you as quick as I can.
I in some ways regret that I am, but it's true, certain familiarity. And so constraints, and I take this now sort of out of that specific context, but look at it more broadly. So constraints, such as the setting of the Tower of London, and there may well be other constraints in play mean that it would be wrong to regard expansion of a cluster, whether it's this cluster or another in London, in all directions from what's been built or approved as necessarily beneficial or appropriate. One can't make that assumption.
You can't, sorry.
Because of the existence of constraints, which may mean that actually clustering is a way of limiting those.
If you accept the concept that seeing tall buildings, which I don't accept, that the concept of seeing tall buildings is necessarily a negative thing. So there's a fundamental difference.
Sure.
You asked me about, no, I'm just saying you asked me. So in my view, seeing tall buildings, the irony of all this is the tallest building in London by some margin that would not have been passed now is St. Paul's, and it was designed to be seen. So I support the idea of seeing tall buildings. I understand also the idea of a cluster as a way of bringing them together, and I also understand the concept being put forward by the World Heritage Committee. But there are different understandings. But that is their concept.
You're entitled to a different view about whether it's a good thing. This is the inspector's judgment, endorsed by the Secretary of State, and that the concept at play, which you may take a different view, but the concept which seemed to appeal to this decision maker, is that when you're looking at a cluster, it's not appropriate simply to regard expansion of the cluster in all directions as necessarily beneficial or appropriate.
It's not a cluster then, is it?
Because, yes, exactly. And one of the reasons for putting them together is to reflect heritage constraints. Matter for another witness, but you can see the concept.
Yes.
And that's reflected, of course, as you'll be familiar with the tall buildings policies in the two parts of the development plan. We can turn them up if necessary, but it's reflected in the site suitability and impact tests that are set by the tall building policies in both parts of the development plan, isn't it?
Yeah.
And those are also considerations, constraints, heritage considerations, matters of consolidation, curation of the cluster. Those have led to and shaped the allocations for new tall buildings around London Bridge Station in the Southwark Plan. You can see that in where they suggest within the site it should be, relative height to the Shard, that's those sorts of matters.
In London, it's a very loose guidance because the cluster is not described. The three buildings that appear to the left of the Shard were not described. London hasn't got zoning maps and three-dimensional models like New York. So each building comes forward and is assessed in the context in which is seen, in the policy context, and then in the emerging context, because the whole of the cluster is generated around the emergence of the Shard, which is only recently. So policy and reality in London with any planning consent is never a fix. We do not know what we can achieve as we might do in New York, where there is a clear zone. In London, there are suites of guidelines, including views, heritage views, St. Paul's frameworks. There is not a definitive idea of the cluster, and buildings, including the city's cluster, which has grown. And I have conversations with the city about new buildings that expand the cluster north and east. So it's not a fixed piece. Each project, as it comes forward, there isn't a model made by the city of the cluster. There is an idea of a cluster, and then there is an evolving attitude to a cluster.
So, Mr. Robert, probably my fault for not making myself clear. So I'm going to take a step back and have another go at the question. You'll recall that we looked at the criteria that apply under the tall building policies where you're not an allocated site, so sites such as this. I then moved on to look at the allocations for new tall buildings around London Bridge Station in the Southwark Plan. You're familiar with those, I know, and that within the allocations, they identify considerations such as where on the site would be the most appropriate location, relative heights compared to the Shard. And my simple question is this: those considerations that we looked at in the context of the development control policy are reflected in the attempts to shape and curate the cluster for those particular allocations.
Cluster.
Sorry, I didn't finish my question, so I'm not sure whether you've answered it. Those same considerations you can see reflected in the allocations for particular sites for tall buildings around the London Bridge Station? Simple question.
Loose principles are reflected.
Okay, well,
There isn't a clear model for the cluster.
that wasn't my question. That wasn't my question. I think you've accepted that the considerations that decide what happens on an unallocated site, whether it's appropriate, are also reflected in the individual site allocations.
He might not, forgive me, as he's not a planning expert, he might not genuinely might not know what you mean by the allocations in the plan, seriously. So,
okay, well, in that case, I'll perhaps save that for
if you don't mind, because
very happy to. I don't want to.
You might be stepping outside it, to be honest.
I only want useful evidence. So if that's outside your comfort zone, that's fine. I can take that up with Mr. Goddard. Can we go to, please, to your proof? So we should be on more comfortable territory here. And to your page 115, please.
Yep.
Page, sorry, I've given you a duff reference. It's figure 115 on page 34. So earlier in the document. And this is a figure which shows current and consented tall buildings in proximity to the shard. And you've got radial distances going out from the shard, as I understand it.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, the development plan doesn't set radial distance from the shard as a criterion for judging whether a site is suitable for a tall building in this area, does it?
It's a dimensional illustration, isn't it?
So the answer to my question is no, it doesn't set that as a criterion. And so one can see, just looking at this, that Guy's North Quad, for example, is much closer to the shard than the allocated sites. But it's obviously an entirely inappropriate place to put a new tall building, isn't it?
Yes.
And one of the reasons for that is the obvious impact that that would have on the historic environment.
Yes.
And simple distance from the shard doesn't tell you anything about such critical matters, does it?
It tells you quite a lot, because if you stand in Guy's Quad, as I did last night, and look back, the edge of Guy's Quad is defined by Shard Place. So things are informed by the relationship to the shard. The shard is the pinnacle of the cluster.
One of the things that's a different way, Mr. Rock, one of the things that distance doesn't tell you, just looking at the distance that a site is from the shard, doesn't tell you about its heritage sensitivity, does it?
Distance doesn't tell you about heritage sensitivity.
No.
Sorry, there is an issue about distance and heritage sensitivity, because buildings and their distance from each other affects how you perceive buildings in the heritage setting.
Both parts of the development plan, however, are very clear in identifying factors which are relevant and which are to be used for assessing acceptability, aren't they?
Yes.
Thank you. And that's a suitable point to break, if that's convenient, because I'm moving on to a new topic. We're slightly behind time. That is, but we're not disastrously behind time.
Okay, if we come back and reconvene at 11:15, then 20 minutes. Okay,
yeah.
You'll have to keep yourself.
Yeah, no, I'm in
get drinks and. Okay, welcome back. I think the fire alarm still managed to make me jump out of my skin earlier. Sat in my retiring room, but we'll have a break about 1ish, but at a convenient time. I know you say we're running a little bit behind, but nothing disastrous. I think, Mr. Alford, if you could just yes or no to the question and then qualify it, okay? It's an act and it's a thing, but it just helps speed things on. And I know you want to get on your holiday and not come back on Monday.
No, and seriously, I mean, he's obviously passionate about
yes, no.
He should be allowed to. He should be allowed to express that.
No, I'm not sort of curtailing that. It's just if you can answer yes or no, then qualify your answer. Yeah, and if you don't understand a question Mr. Philpott's putting to you, or if you feel that it's not a particular area of your expertise, please do say okay. Yeah, okay. It's not a criticism. It's just yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, that too. Okay, all right, over to you then, Mr. Philpott.
Thank you, Madam. Mr. Alford, I now want to ask you about the brief. So could you go to your proof of evidence first, please, on page 16? And paragraph 143, where you tell us a bit about your work with GPE. You say earlier on the close, successful working relationship spanning more than 20 years. And then in 143, you say GPE's design and delivery process starts with a clear and ambitious brief development. So were you given an ambitious brief for this site?
Yes, we were given an ambitious brief that looked at delivering a 21st century office building of the highest possible quality with public space. I'm looking at embodied operational carbon and longevity on the theory of long life, loose fit, low energy.
And on day 2 in your presentation, you said the brief and the client ambition, and specifically what you referred to as deliverable floor space as part of the brief for the 2018 scheme was maintained in the 2021 scheme. By deliverable floor space, do you mean the quantum of new commercial office floor space?
The quantum and quality of new commercial office floor space.
Yeah, so the quantum was part of the brief.
A brief was established through a design process in 2018 that was viable to develop. So in 2021, as part of the re-examination of the building in the city, we took the same brief of area and quantum and public benefits and then applied a different design strategy.
So the brief included, I think you're saying, the quantum of new commercial office space.
I'm going to be very clear about this. We've had this question about brief. I've never been given a brief. The brief has evolved over time, but a brief was established by the 2018 submission, and that includes a quantum of office space, and then that was matched and in fact slightly improved by the way the project came out, increased slightly, as you saw by the densities I showed in the 2021. So they were comparable in the brief was to deliver the same qualities of space in the building, the same suite of public benefits, and the same or similar area depending on how the townscape adjustments of a lower but wider building set themselves. So it was a like-for-like comparison. That was the rule of the 2021 scheme to set it against the 2018 scheme.
So just to make sure I've understood this then, so far as the 2021 scheme was concerned, the brief, so far as the quantum of deliverable floor space was concerned, was to achieve about the same level.
Exactly.
Thank you. Now, in evidence in chief, you also said you initially looked at an 8 to 10 story development.
That's correct.
That's correct. I don't think, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, that is shown or explained in the design and access statement.
No, because it was part of our early review of the entire potential of the site.
So your early review, you started by looking at 8 to 10 stories.
Yes.
And then in evidence in chief, you said you'd settled on a tall building as the right solution after 9 months?
Yes, 6 to 9 months.
So just in terms of the chronology, whereabouts would that be in terms of the actual date? Which year, broadly, when would that be?
2014, 15. I mean, it basically, from looking at the site, analysing it for 6 to 9 months, looking at the existing building, its potential to receive extension and adaptation, concluding that it hadn't got adequate structural capacity to be adequately extended to make a viable redevelopment proposal, then looking at a new build option, which I refer to as a kind of ocean liner that we parked in the site but extruded up. And then on the review of that, the decision then, which is where our timeline of taller buildings starts, was that at that point, we decided that we needed to bring significant benefits, and the way to resolve that was to in principle, take that mass, move it, and develop a vertical piece to release public space and the Georgian Terrace.
So the tall building had been settled on as the right solution by you and the client 2014, 2015.
Yeah.
And presumably at that stage, so far as the client is concerned, obviously as a commercial proposition, that will have led to a certain expectation about quantum of floor space.
Within reason, because if you go tall, the building becomes less efficient. So quantums of floor space will evolve. The higher up you go, the less efficient the building will become because of the slenderness ratio. So it's a continuously nuanced and played back piece. It isn't a straight fact because there's also increased cost going tall. So it isn't a linear process.
Sure. But in terms of the client's interest in, willingness to invest further money in the project, part of that equation would have been the sort of quantum of deliverable commercial floor space that could be achieved with a tall building solution.
Yes,
inevitably.
Set against a continuous running appraisal of the complexity and expense of going tall.
Yeah, and at a certain point in time in 2020, after the 2018 scheme had been submitted and there'd been consideration and feedback on that, a decision was made to design and pursue an application for a revised scheme.
I'm sorry. The witness is obviously you can't see because you're looking at your notes. He's obviously looking for something, and I think he's probably not listening. No, if there's something you want to find, you best find it because it's going to distract you from listening to
Right, I'll focus on the question.
Great.
Okay.
So at a certain point in 2020, decision was made to design and pursue an application for a revised scheme that involves some changes to the brief, with some other aspects remaining fixed, as I understand it.
Generally the same brief.
Yeah.
However, for instance, affordable workspace was now part of the planning policy, which is why it was retrospectively applied to the 2018.
I recognise some changes. That's what I said. There were some changes, but other aspects remained about the same. One of those, as we've just established, was deliverable floor space.
Yes.
And if the height was going to reduce in response to comments that had been made, feedback, but the deliverable floor space was going to remain the same, that necessitated greater mass and some loss of open space within the site.
That's right. The driving idea of that project was a particularly sensitive response and consideration of a view from Southwark Cathedral, which was seen as very important. And so it was developed in discussion and presented to their fabric committee, who then wrote a letter of support for the project. So that was one of the barriers to a decision being made by Southwark as we saw it. So we took on that particular issue and thought, well, let's look at another way of thinking about it that might deal with one of the most important assets. And as it happened, it did so successfully.
And so far as, obviously that's one body, one asset, you would have been aware in response to the 2018 scheme, and we'll look at this in due course, of other concerns about other assets arising as a result of the 2018 scheme, did you at any point suggest to the client that perhaps it might be an idea to reduce the floor space ambitions, the quantum of development, in order to allow those drawbacks to be avoided, a greater mass and the loss of open space?
We didn't see the drawbacks that you see in the project, and the brief that we set and presented very clearly to Southwark was we are taking the same programme of public benefits and a similar, slightly differentiated programme of areas and delivering them in an alternative form.
So you never suggested to the client, in response to all of that feedback that came in relation to the 2018 scheme, that they should consider reducing the quantum of development?
No, because that was not the development brief had been established by the 2018 scheme. So that was then the fix that we knew was on the cusp of viable.
On the cusp of viable. So that's a commercial consideration that meant that the quantum of floor space couldn't come down significantly.
It can come down within different measures, because that says you come down, the building becomes potentially less expensive, slightly more efficient. All projects, public, private sector, are all about a viability of cost and area and rate and site costs, etc.
I see. So that element remaining fixed, significant part of that judgment is to do with the commerciality of the project.
Yes. So to be very clear, as I'm allowed to expand after I said yes, the 2018 scheme was the product of a deliberation over 4 years to develop a suite of benefits which have a suite of costs associated: restoring the Georgian building, opening up the tube, giving site away to public realm, the extensive provision of public facilities at the ground and in the sky, and to make the conversation was, shall we say, prolonged, as the timeline shows. And to try and focus the conversation, we looked at saying, we will deliver the same benefits, we will set them in the new policy context, which Chris Grodder can talk to in terms of affordable workspace, and we will look to see if we can address what are perceived by some as challenges in the 2018 scheme, with a particular focus on the cathedral.
Based on your oral evidence on day 2, my understanding was that there were at least 3 changes to the brief between the 2 schemes. One was reducing the mass within the sky. Second was reduction of retail, and the third was on-site servicing. There may have been others, but those 3 seem and that. But I'm right that those 3 were changes to the brief between the 2. Thank you. So far as the first is concerned, that in your presentation on the question of mass, you said the brief for the 21 scheme was to reduce the mass in the sky, but to increase it within the city. Why was increasing the mass within the city, in other words, at a lower level, seen as a desirable approach to this sensitive context in the landscape and urban design terms?
It was seen as the Grade 1 listed Southwark Cathedral is an important heritage asset, as its listing shows, and it was seen that, as I've stated already, that to look at particularly addressing that setting and view, which was successful in that their fabric committee wrote a letter of support for the proposal. So in a sense, that was the ambition of the 2021 scheme, to deliver all the 2018 scheme and remove perhaps one of the barriers to a decision being made by Southwark.
Just to help me then, that's helpful, but just to take it a step further, increasing the mass within the city, in other words, at a lower level, was that seen as desirable looking at the more local context, that the western end of St Thomas Street and both the conservation area and the listed buildings that surround it? Was it seen as desirable to increase the mass at that lower level in that context?
It was seen as an alternative strategy that was carefully reviewed from all the views with our heritage consultant, Peter Stewart, and deemed to be a good working alternative, just as Mr. Piano delivered a much, much larger shard place and then reduced his mass over time. It is part of the process. So we reviewed it, we looked at it, we sculpted it. It didn't arrive overnight, but the basic brief was to focus on the cathedral view and see how we could address that, whilst continuing to be aware of all the other challenges that have been presented to us and keep those in consideration throughout.
So just so I've got a clear note, you don't go as far as to say that increasing the mass at a lower level was a desirable approach, having regard to that more local context. You don't go as far as to say it was desirable.
I think both approaches to me are highly desirable. Otherwise, I wouldn't present them to planning.
Okay.
Because I don't submit a scheme that I don't think will add to the quality of the place.
So that's very clear. It was desirable to increase the mass within the city, having regard to that more local context.
It was a desirable alternative.
Do you view that as preferable to the taller but slimmer building in the 2018 scheme in that local context?
No, I think it's different. I think there are different. There is not one way of placing a building in a site. This is why London is full of different buildings, and each architect will and their client will produce a different proposition for a site. They will also produce a different proposition over time.
And then next factor was the reduction in retail. And if we go to your day 2 presentation, which is INQ 07, please, for this. And I think there are 2 pages in it we just need to compare. Page 102, which is 1815A. So have a hand in page 102.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry for those who are following this electronically, but and then another hand, as it were, in page 171, which is 2115A for the 2021 scheme. So needn't worry for these purposes about the precise floor space figures, but one can see instantly from comparing those 2, there's a significant reduction in retail from 2018 to 2021.
Yes.
And in your day 2 presentation, you made 2 points about this to explain this. First, you said there was an evolving brief due to COVID, and secondly, that affordable workspace was included down to ground floor level. You recall that?
Yes.
And in respect of COVID, what was the specific influence of the pandemic on the decision to remove so much retail?
So that was a more general observation on retail. So as we discussed earlier, my colleague Chris Goddard can speak in more detail about site allocations. But there was a thing called the pandemic, and in that thing called the pandemic, the UK, I think, became the world's biggest retail online shopper per capita.
Mm-hmm.
So retail generally has fallen away. So if you go to Oxford Street, you will find there are less and less people there, and there is less and less retail, and it is less and less successful.
Mm.
We are interested in successful spaces. So the idea here was, well, perhaps that retail won't work. The ambition in 2016 of the then chair of, the leader of the council was, let's make St Thomas Street the Bond Street of the South. And that was being addressed at a moment in time then, but there's an extraordinary ambition he had as a political leader,
mm-hmm.
because of he saw the importance of that axis of the 15 million people who go to Borough, not all along St Thomas Street, but obviously many of them coming out of London Bridge Station. By 2021, there was less belief in the Bond Street of the South generally, and there was less belief in retail. So it decided the better use would be workspace. I would like to qualify that and add one thing, that in a good design, uses ebb and flow. So, retail will come and retail will go, and maybe in time, when we get bored of being online, retail will return. So buildings are also designed to accept different uses over time. That is that is absolutely vital consideration in any project, that you're not preserving a use in aspect, but you might be preserving or creating a site situation that will encourage people to continue to use it after the project is completed when it comes to life.
So that's a concern then, as I've understood it from that answer, related to the likely commercial success of retail in this location.
The retail was affordable anyway, but it was deemed that there wasn't any demand to justify it. So it wasn't commercially successful. It was really whether anyone would want to occupy it at all.
Okay, well, I'll put it a different way then. A concern related to the likely success of retail.
The word commercial obviously has a certain edge.
Very happy to take that out. The likely success. And I just want to, maybe I've missed it. Is there anything in your proof to suggest that that factor would operate differently, that general factor, as you said, it's about the general market, general ambition for the area and so on, would operate differently having regard to what can be achieved by way of retail on site in the 2018 and 2021 schemes?
What could be achieved in both. That was my point about it's entirely possible if the 2021 scheme was built and the world continues to evolve, that the ground floor of that could revert to retail at some point if that was deemed to be successful.
Yeah, so you're not saying that the physical changes associated with the space between the terrace and the tower, as between the two schemes, are the reason for the concern about success of retail? It's
Absolutely
a general
not.
concern.
No, in fact, I would anticipate that retail could well arrive in the 2021 scheme as a conversion by the client over time.
Yeah, is there anything about the in your evidence about the implications for the success of the public realm, the 2018 scheme, if retail is not successful in this location?
The space, the people movements in the space would help make it successful. And a good professional client like GPE may well decide to cross-subsidise certain uses to allow them to activate public space. So the commercial implications of any development are informed by the ground floor setting and activity. So I would expect, just like the affordable workspace, that activity and engagement would be curated over time by the management of the building.
So in terms of the particular question I asked, is there anything in your evidence which considers the implications for the public realm, for its animation, and obviously there are changes to the list of buildings to accommodate this, if the retail isn't successful?
I don't believe that is an issue.
And on-site servicing, part of the brief for 2021, we'll come back to the implications of that in due course. Thank you. That's all I wanted to ask you about the brief. And then the pre-application and consultation process is the next heading. In your proof, turns up if you like, but you deal with this just for the sake of the note, pages 53 to 77 for the 2018 scheme, 135 to 142 for the 2021 scheme. So that's where I found it. Just want to ask you first about the 2018 scheme. I don't think in the all those pages of your proof dealing with the 2018 scheme consultation pre-application process, you identify what was said in the local planning authority's formal written pre-application response.
That's all identified by my colleague Chris Goddard. He leads as the expert planning advisor on the project.
So you spend pages 53 to 57 talking about consultation, but you don't mention and pre-application the formal written pre-application response of the council.
As I said, that is dealt by my colleague. We are the architects and he is the planning expert, and that's why I've assembled a team with a heritage architect, an advisor and a planning advisor whose day-to-day job and engagement with the team is to lead that, and of course in this situation to lead on its presentation discussion.
So your section 5, which is, just turn this up, it's a very extensive section describing consultation with London Borough of Southwark. You haven't regarded this as outside your remit, have you?
No, because we would be leading that with them, and we will be covering the discussion about the architectural implications of that discussion on the evolving idea of the building in the city, and therefore the evolving idea of the brief.
But you stop.
And they will cover it in their documents and their reports to the design team and the client.
But your account of it stops before you get to the formal pre-application response from the council. Is that right?
We stop at the last meeting.
Yeah. And then CABE. So you deal with CABE's response, pages 67 to 68 of your proof.
Yeah.
And 5, 6, 1, 2, just so this is page 67 on the 2018 scheme. This is the May meeting, and is this intended to be a fair and accurate summary of the feedback, including written feedback in the June 2018 letter?
Yes, it's knowing the letter is in the documentation. It's a summary of the meeting and the discussion.
Yeah, it doesn't pick out the points that we looked at earlier, you and I, does it?
That's covered in the letter.
I see. Point we
about the
discussed,
cluster.
the points we discussed.
5.6.13a, additional justification on the height of the proposal and the relationship with the emerging London Bridge cluster, with particular reference to emerging schemes 9 St Thomas Street, emphasising a linear grouping. That was our. We're picking up the design response there. And as I said, there are two sentences. One saying this might be an isolated piece, and the other saying it could be the end of a linear cluster.
Well, I was trying to deal with this briefly, but you recall when we looked at it earlier, and we can turn it up if necessary, they talked about isolation from other tall buildings and its proximity to the historic buildings in the conservation area, clearly leading to a significant impact on the conservation area and on historic views, and not considering it to be part of the cluster. Do you say that that's fairly reflected in your summary here?
There's a design response that says additional justification on the height of the proposal and the relationship with the emerging London Bridge cluster, with particular reference to emerging schemes 9 St Thomas Street. So we receive a CABE review, we consider it, but CABE review is not guidance from God. It is a suite of opinions that we are, as designers, absorbing along with many other opinions. And I don't necessarily have to always agree with CABE or think they're right. And that is actually CABE's stated view, that they'll give an opinion. It is not a fact. It is an opinion. And they gave different opinions in the meeting, and their letter covers the difference of those opinions in the two sentences we reviewed earlier.
Well, I won't take time comparing the two. The inspector can see what CABE said, but what we can see is that they gave their second response mid-November 2018. Is that right? We looked at that earlier.
Yeah.
And they weren't satisfied at that stage that the height had been justified. They said that in order to justify that, a much more ambitious and highly innovative design is required. That was what they said in November 2018, wasn't it? We can look it up if you
want to refer me to it.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. So this is CDC 10.
Yeah.
So this is the November document, and yes, here we are. So summary on the beginning, first page. Second paragraph, we appreciate a tall building on this site will have very significant impacts. We note there was some concern regarding the building height, which therefore led to recommendations to lower the building. However, in principle, we are also not opposed to height in this location. In order to justify a building of this height in this low-rise conservation area, a much more ambitious and highly innovative design is required for this significant scheme. So that was the point I was putting to you. So that was their view in mid-November.
They then say At this stage, we strongly recommend the current design, so that the current design will need to perform better in three key areas: environmental sustainability, the health and well-being of people on and around the site, and the identity, character and heritage of Southwark. So they're identifying what needs to be done, which is what we then pursue as designers.
Well, the identity, character and heritage of Southwark, current design will need to perform better in that area. That's their view, isn't it?
Yes.
And the scheme was submitted on the 10th of December. Nothing changed significantly in the intervening weeks, did it?
It continued to evolve. And as I said, cave view is a cave view. It's not necessarily a view I will always agree with.
Did the scheme change significantly so far as its relationship to Southwark and its heritage assets in the intervening weeks?
The scheme continues to evolve, but I don't necessarily agree with Cave's opinion.
No, that's not my question.
Did the scheme continue to evolve?
Did the scheme change significantly in the intervening few weeks between mid-November 2018?
The scheme was refined.
Did it change significantly so far as that factor is concerned?
Environmental sustainability was reviewed and addressed. The relationship with Southwark, I disagree with them about.
No, that's not. I'm not asking whether you agree with them. Yeah. I'm not imagining for a moment you would. That was a factor they said further work needed to be done on. Did the scheme change significantly in the intervening few weeks as far as that?
Not significant change.
No, thank you. And then we then need to look at historic England. So pick this up in your proof of evidence, page 72 to 73. It's in the 2018 scheme, and your page 72, paragraph 5822B. Formal written feedback was received. This is the 9th of July 2018 letter, advising that although removal of the unsympathetic 1980s building could be considered beneficial to the conservation area, the proposals for a tall building were considered to impact a number of heritage assets in the range of less than substantial harm. Now, we can look, if you look at CDC 04, that's the letter that you're seeking to summarise there. And we can just take the first page of that, the summary, which will do for my purposes. Should these proposals be submitted in their current form, Historic England would strongly object to the scheme due to the serious harm that would result to the historic environment. We consider the level of harm will be bordering on substantial, particularly with regards to the impact on the character of the Borough High Street conservation area and on the setting of Guy's Hospital and Southwark Cathedral. And then they continue by saying, we strongly recommend that alternative forms of development that are more sensitive to the historic environment are pursued. Now, leaving aside whether that's captured in your summary or not, that's what, 5 months before the submission of the scheme. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
In the 5 months between receipt of that advice from the government's advisor on heritage matters, was serious consideration given to alternative forms of development that were more sensitive to the historic environment?
Yes, serious consideration was given. There's a number of things to qualify that. The letter comes to Mr. Hugh Morgan, who's our planning advisor. Peter Stewart, who's our heritage advisor, wrote the original draft of the heritage document. And it was clear to us at this stage that Historic England were not necessarily ever going to be aligned to support this proposal.
And so you say serious consideration was given to alternative forms of development in the 5 months following that letter. So what alternative forms of development?
Considered and then rejected.
So what alternative forms of development were seriously considered in the intervening 5 months
I didn't say they were serious. We considered whether we would make a change and came to the conclusion that we were not going to make a change that would address or satisfy historic England because we were in polar opposite positions.
So am I
As
right?
is clear from the letter.
So I would be right in recording that no serious consideration was given to alternative forms of development that were more sensitive to
No, because our heritage advisor disagreed with the historic England feedback.
And then the 2021 scheme, you chose not to submit the 2021 scheme for independent design review by CABE or anyone else.
That's correct.
Application submitted 16th of April 2021, I think. Yeah. And by then, the new London plan had been adopted and was the most up-to-date part of the development plan.
Yes.
And as we've seen, it now included a policy requirement for design review early in the planning process in policy D4 Part D that we looked at earlier.
Yes, we discussed that earlier. We discussed that with our advisors, Chris Goddard and the team at DP9, and our conclusion was that we should proceed as we were, particularly as we now have the support of Southern.
And let's just look at what you say about this, and that it's, I think, captured in your rebuttal. So can we turn up your rebuttal proof, please? Page 13, paragraph 4.1.2. You say, in this case, the project design team, policy background, site constraints, context, and general program are all consistent between the two projects. On that basis, the project has already benefited from 2 detailed CABE reviews and a series of comments and observations which are equally relevant to the development of the 2021 scheme. And I just want to ask you about that. Does that mean that you consider that, notwithstanding the differences in height, massing and design of the 2021 scheme, you assumed you would get the same or similar comments back from CABE?
We reviewed the situation with the planning advisors and with our heritage advisors, and we reviewed all the views, and we also reviewed the engagement with Southwark Cathedral and came to the conclusion that there was no need to go back to CABE. As I've said, CABE has an opinion, and we felt we garnered their opinion fully through the 2018 reviews.
So I'll come back to my question. Did you consider that, notwithstanding the differences in height, massing and design of the 2021 scheme, you were likely to get the same or similar comments back from CABE?
Yes.
Thank you. So you didn't take the view that the scheme that you were developing in the 2021 scheme would be likely to get positive and a different level of positive support from CABE?
No, I didn't say that. What I said was we didn't think it was necessary to go back to CABE.
Well, I asked you the question, you see, did you think you would get the same or similar comments back from CABE? And you said yes. So it follows from that.
There are positive comments from CABE and there are negative comments.
It follows from that you assumed that they wouldn't say that now we've dealt with all our concerns, you have our full support. You weren't assuming that, you assumed they wouldn't reach that position.
I know, I didn't assume that.
So when you say you assumed you'd get the same comments back...
Because we have a different reading of the comments, you and I, because we've read that sentence twice. They say a sentence that says it's the end of the stop, and then they say, but if it was built, it would need to be the west end of the stop. So we have a different reading, you and I, of the CABE comment.
Okay, so you thought there was nothing left from CABE that could usefully be re-examined once the height, the massing and the design had changed?
No, particularly as we have the support of Southwark Cathedral.
Yeah. And were the timing implications of going through early design review by CABE and taking proper conscientious account of and responding to its advice, were the timing implications a factor in the decision not to comply with the policy requirement?
No, it was a sensible decision about reviewing risk, time, and moving the project forward, which is why we're here now, because the project wasn't moving forward.
So just want to I wasn't sure whether you said no as to whether the timing implications were a factor, or yes.
Time is always a factor in everything you do, but it was not a driving or informing factor. It was a decision taken that we should move forward and pursue an alternative and move it to Southwark to give them the chance to review a building that addressed some of their concerns. So another submission.
You felt, as I understand it, that it was appropriate where you have a new and markedly different tall building scheme in this conservation area, not to comply with the policy.
We, as a team, decided that we had complied with the policy through the consultation we'd had on placing a building with a suite of similar benefits and similar mass that we were adjusting. So that was our decision.
I see. So once you've gone through it with one scheme, your understanding was, and your team's understanding was, that it was policy compliant not to go through it again if the design changes significantly.
We decided it was the best route to go.
No, you said
it was policy compliant, but you made the point it's not policy compliant.
Well, a moment ago you seemed to suggest it was, but you're not.
No, I never said policy compliant. That's dealt with by my colleague.
Yeah, and you were chair of the design review, chair of design review at CABE. You tell us.
Yes.
And if you were in that role advising an applicant who's been through a CABE review for tall building A, but then is proposing an entirely different design, form, mass, height of tall building B, would you have told them that they ought to submit the new scheme for design review?
I had a different attitude when I was chairman of design review at CABE. When I was chairman of design review at CABE, our advisor Peter Stewart was also heavily involved in CABE, and CABE was a well-funded and well-structured organisation full of leading architects and designers and townscape consultants who gave informed feedback. The growth of design review industry and the decline of funding for CABE, I think, has led to a loss in the quality of the feedback, where the letters are inconsistent with the feedback and different views aren't acknowledged, and there are a host of professional design reviewers who make a living by design reviewing, and are less engaged in actually designing. So I think it has declined in its import as a valuable contributor to the design review process.
So far as your approach is concerned, you have treated design review as something of lesser importance now than it used to be. That's what you just told us.
I think the design review organisations are less capable. And when I was a chair of CABE Design Review, I didn't give instruction, and I reflected the reality of the meeting in my letters, whereas I think the tendency now is to reflect the view of the person writing the letter rather than the breadth of the panel.
I see. So you are essentially saying that it wasn't worth going through design review because of your view as to the quality of those who were participating.
Our shared view as a design team with the planning advisor and the heritage advisor.
Yeah, was that the process wasn't worth going through because you felt that they were not of sufficient quality and expertise in order to provide you with useful input.
They were limited, and we had the input we would get.
Thank you. New topic, design inputs. And I want you to take up, please, the conservation area appraisal, CDE 06. So we have on page 4 of that document, once you have it, Mr. Alford, we have there a map which shows us the sub areas, and we're in sub area 4, as we know. And we can see what it includes in terms of buildings. So we've got the Georgian terraces, we've got Guy's. We've got, therefore, both parts north and south of St Thomas Street, and also yards to the south And we also now have Shard Place, which obviously at that stage didn't appear on the map.
Yes.
Yeah.
And do you see the Shard? Is that on the map?
For my purpose, it doesn't matter.
No, I just said the Shard Place wasn't. I'm just saying the Shard's not on the map either.
No, I think because of the vintage of this, I'm not sure it would have been. Not for my purposes, doesn't matter. If you go on, please, in this document to page 37, what we have here is the description of sub-area 4351. Says St Thomas Street has a particularly distinguished historic character, centred on several Grade II style listed buildings from the tower of the former St Thomas Church to the main building of Guy's Hospital. Doesn't have the frenetic commercial activity of the rest of the conservation area. Character partly determined by the offices that occupy most of the buildings, professional business and administration for Guy's Hospital and Medical School, the restrained quality and consistency of its Georgian and Regency houses, and the formality of the hospital and medical school buildings add to the conservative established tone of the area. So that's by way of reference to what the particular characteristics of sub-area 4 are. And Shard Place, we can see perhaps, let me find a reference for this. Well, let's go back to the plan at the beginning. We can probably work it out from there by reference to the boundary of sub-area 4. It sits at the eastern boundary of the conservation area and the eastern boundary of sub-area 4, isn't it?
Yes.
And you can put the conservation area appraisal to one side. And you take up, please, CDH15, which is the officer's report for Shard Place.
Have that with my file. Yep.
So if you can, mine isn't paginated, but if you could turn through to a section beginning at paragraph 92 under the heading Design Issues including impacts on local and strategic views.
Page 14, yeah.
Ungrateful. And we can see in paragraph 93, there's a description of what at the time was on the site, field and house, 4 to 5 story 1970s building.
So where's that?
93, sorry.
Sorry, yes.
Whilst on St Thomas Street, the site has a 4-story 1980s building, and we can see in 95 existing buildings, no particular historic value. And then 96 says this: most importantly, however, the site is located on one of Southwark's most significant historic streets, and it goes on to describe what is there, describes it as a highly significant cluster of nationally important historic buildings, and presumably you wouldn't take issue with any part of that description.
The word cluster might be seen to be confusing in the context of which you've been speaking earlier, but yes.
I'm grateful.
A gathering, perhaps.
Yeah. And so far as this part of the conservation area is concerned, apart from Shard Place, which we've located on its edge, immediately in front of the Shard, there are no existing tall buildings within sub-area 4. That's the only one, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Tall buildings, not one of the characteristics for which the conservation area was designated. I can take that up with Mr. Stewart in more detail, but as far as you're aware, that's...
You can take that with Mr. Stewart and Mr. Goddard in more detail.
Now, you've said in so far as the detailed elements, the detailed design of this scheme, you've identified, and it's in, if we need to turn this up, you've dealt with it in a number of places, but it's included in your evidence in chief documents: warehouses, railway infrastructure, matters of that sort of detailed design inspirations. And we looked, if you remember, a little earlier about what the London Plan policy says about responding to existing character replaced by identifying special and valued features unique to the locality and matters of that sort. So if we go, please, to your Day 2 presentation, the INQ 07. And
which page is that?
It's page 23 of that. So INQ 07, page 23. This you should find 10D, London Bridge.
10D, London Bridge Cluster Conservation Areas, Tooley Street.
Yeah. So we can see on there we've got the Tooley Street Conservation Area marked. We've got the Borough High Street Conservation Area marked, and helpfully we've also got sub area 4 delineated. Can you just holding the map up, just point out where the warehouses are located that you've been influenced by?
Look, Hayes Wharf and various. I mean,
if you could just hold it up and just point to the inspector, and so that I can see it as well. The warehouses.
The Hop Exchange, Hayes Wharf, and the various warehouses that exist.
So where's Hayes Wharf? So where's
Hayes Wharf is this building here.
So that's inside the Tooley Street Conservation Area, is it?
Yes.
So none inside sub area 4.
The conservation area is dimensional.
Our sub area 4. None within sub area 4.
None are within sub area 4.
And what about the railway infrastructure? Is that within sub area 4?
It is perceived within sub area 4 and seen from sub area 4, just as the Shard is seen from sub area 4, as Shard Place is seen from sub area 4, as the news building is seen from sub area 4. The conservation area is, as Miss Adams points out, it's a series of relationships and views, as well as a place.
Just as a matter of fact, none of those influences that you're drawing on come from within sub area 4. They're different sub areas of the conservation area, and one is from a different conservation area. As a matter of fact.
Yes, thank you.
So, to the extent that the scheme introduces elements, so whether it's tall buildings you've referred to that lie outside the conservation area, or warehouse influences that are either in a different conservation area or a different part of this conservation area, or railway infrastructure influences, those are uncharacteristic of sub-area 4, but can be found in the wider area.
They can be found in the wider area because most people wandering around the area are looking at the area and not looking at the conservation boundaries. So if you go through the yard, you don't suddenly think, oh, I've crossed, as I go through the arch, I've passed the Italian restaurant and I'm now in the King's Head pub. Oh, it's a different conservation sub-area 4. It is a continuous urban experience.
And the impact of doing that, of taking elements from outside sub-area 4 and indeed outside the conservation area, a different conservation area altogether, is to dilute the distinctive character and appearance of this sub-area, isn't it?
No, I wouldn't agree with you. Okay. It's to enrich it. Just as it's enriched by the 108-metre high Shard Place, that is very much of the language of Renzo Piano building workshop and not the language of the conservation area. It is, Shard Place is very similar to his project in Paddington. It's very similar to his project in Turin. It's very similar to his project in New York. So global cities are influenced by buildings coming forward, by architecture, by the new architecture. So we're very much informed by the setting around the site and the building Shard Place that exists, that is very much from the Renzo Piano building workshop conservation sub-area, which is most of the major cities in the world.
Try to understand that, but there it is. The inspector will have a note of that evidence. I want to move on to another related point, which it concerns some of the Historic England guidance and also some more development plan policy that's relevant to the scheme design process. So I'm going to draw your attention to these and just ask you some questions about them. The first document is CDF 03, which is the Historic England Guidance GPA 2.
Just express a note of caution. Obviously, this witness is an expert in these HE documents. We have an expert in them that I'm calling later, but let's see what the point is. But
so it's a point about design input. That's all. If the witness feels unable to answer, I'm sure he'll tell me.
Oh, so yes. Historic England tall buildings advice note 4.
CDF 03 should be a good practice advice note 2.
That's not on my iPad or on my paper.
Let me see if I can help with this, because I want to make sure that I put these questions to the right witness, and if they're not for you, you can tell me.
Yeah.
The questions that I want to put to you are about the relevance of input about effects on the historic environment to the design process.
I would suggest you're better placing that detailed question about this document to our design consultant and heritage specialist, Peter Stewart. But I'm happy to take of you an architect's opinion if of use to you.
Well, let's put it in this in this way. You understand, presumably, the importance to the design process of having reliable and robust input about the effects of particular options on heritage assets. I think you've reflected that in what you've said already.
Yes, I get that advice from my heritage consultant.
Yeah, and you don't suggest that that is anything other than very important where you have a site which sits within a conservation area that has the characteristics and the individual heritage assets that we've just looked at.
I rely on the advice of my heritage consultant, who I think carries a much broader understanding of both and slightly more independent, because he's not the designer, of both the proposal and the sort of statutory context.
Yes, I'm not asking you about the input per se. I'm asking you about the importance of that input for the process that you undertake, which is to come up with a design that is consistent with the policy we've looked at. And I don't think you take issue with the proposition that that input is very important in a site such as this with its sensitivities.
I think the input is important. The understanding of the Historic England document is important. But there will be a difference of opinion in response, which is why I rely on the advice of our heritage expert as a robust test of what we're doing that might be contrary to the view of Historic England, but I would suggest that is something you should take up with Peter Stewart.
Yes, I'm not on differences of opinion about heritage impact. I'm simply on your understanding as the architect seeking to design a building for this very specific context, that you accept that input is very important.
I don't accept that it's a very specific context. I think it's quite a diverse and differentiated context. So I made that quite clear in my presentation. I don't necessarily agree with some of the analysis of its specificity. So I think it's a very diverse, it's not a heterogeneous place.
Don't get hung up on that.
Okay, I'm not.
Focus back on the key point, and I'm happy to.
Yeah.
Do you regard, in this case,
yes,
neutrally, do you regard in this case the input to the design process of a robust and reliable analysis of impact of options on heritage assets to be very important or not?
Yes.
Grateful. Thank you. That is helpful. And that also, I think, will help us catch up a bit on time, although Mr. Stewart, you'll have more questions in due course. So I then want to just pick up another specific point, I think the final point under design inputs, which arises from your INQ 17, your examination in chief presentation. And we need to turn in this document to page 9. And it's pages 9 to 11 slides.
It's the one from yesterday.
Okay.
I think you mean,
Yeah.
Yes, exactly what I mean. Yes, page 9, slide 2A. So it's LBS.
2A.1.
So
Okay. 2A, yes.
yeah, so LBS HE point area uplift in local context, London
Yeah.
Bridge Cluster. Grateful. Thank you, my friend, for putting the witness onto the right document. Otherwise, we'd get nowhere. I just want to understand first the concept. Make sure I've understood the concept that you're dealing with here. Am I understanding that the ratio, the uplift ratio that is described, as the ratio, so far as floor area is concerned, between what was on the site before and what is proposed to be or on the site afterwards?
Yes, this is the uplift ratio on the floor area of the buildings on the site.
I've understood the concept correctly. I'm grateful for that. I'm not aware, but you'll correct me if I'm wrong, if that this is a tool for assessing site capacity that has any policy support.
You have to ask Chris Goddard whether it has policy support. Is a very common tool to look at emerging densities.
But you're not. I can ask Mr. Goddard, and I will. But you're not aware of it having policy support.
No.
Is it something that you've seen in the National Design Guide as a suggestion as how to assess site capacity?
I would no. I don't spend my life studying the National Design Guide, but Mr. Goddard does.
So you're not familiar with the National Design Guide?
I'm familiar with it, but I'm familiar with many things. But I have a body of experts. I'm familiar with structure, but I don't study structure at the same level I study the overall idea of pulling together proposals for places, mainly in the city of London, in London.
And looking at these figures, looking at the figure, the uplift ratio, in isolation from the particular site context, that doesn't tell you anything, does it, about the site-specific opportunities and constraints that produce that figure in each case?
It tells you a great deal. London is not Southwark, London, the city, is not understood like other cities. Each site, it develops in its own context, which is why, as you've talked about the different conservation areas, the different parts of the city, there isn't a clarity when someone's developing a site as to its use. There are policies, there's guidance, there's use guidance, there's heritage guidance, there's conservation area guidance, but it is a dialogue. It is a product of a journey that you embark on over a period of time. Otherwise, it would be simple. It would be New York, where you know exactly what you can do on a site because it's an algorithm.
Come back to my question, please. Just want to make sure I have understood the answer to it. Looking at these figures in isolation from an analysis of the site and its opportunities and constraints in each case doesn't tell you anything. So there's nothing immediately you can tell, for example, from the fact that Vinegar Yard is times 36, whereas Shard Place is times 5.10, without understanding the site-specific opportunities and constraints that have led to that figure.
I think those points I addressed quite clearly yesterday. This is very useful guidance, so I disagree with you. And I pointed out yesterday that Vinegar Yard at 36 is an anomaly because they'd already cleared the site, there was nothing on it. The other sites are not anomalies because you raised them earlier when you talked about the tower and the shard and said there's a tall building there. And I'm pointing out to you that our research shows that the tall building existed is is then rebuilt as the tallest building in Western Europe by a multiplier of 6.21. So it reflects the importance of something you were playing back to me. Yeah, so it is a very useful and relevant. So we disagree. But I do not agree with you.
In order to understand why the ratio is as it is for any individual site, you need to look at that site. You need to look at what was there before. You need to look at the constraints that apply to that site. You need to look at the opportunities and the impacts associated with it. Looking at the figure absent those factors doesn't tell you anything, does it?
It tells you a great deal. It tells you the shard is funded by Qatari oil money and is an unrealistic commercial venture, but a delightful profile on the skyline. It tells you a great deal. I'm not agreeing with you.
No, I know you're not, but I just want to understand that. Because if I come back to what the document shows for the shard, and your answer is an example of that. The document shows us times 6.21. I said, well, that doesn't tell you anything about the site specifics, the opportunities, the constraints. And in answer to that, you referred to something which is site specific, which is to do with the factors that have led to it being that size. In
That's
that
global finance specific.
Yeah,
but you showed me the tall building.
Let me ask the question first, please, Mr. Alford.
Let me ask the question. I'm not giving you the answer you want.
No, I haven't asked the question yet. Mr. Alford, just slow down. I'll give you a chance to answer it once I finish the question. The example you gave was something, in this case, a financial consideration that was specific to that site. So what you're doing, if I may say so, illustrating my point, in order to understand why the ratio is as it is on that site, you need to understand something more than you get on the face of this document, don't you?
And I'm not agreeing with you. I disagree with you. I think the document is very useful, but it doesn't address points you wish it to address.
Very well, I'll leave the rest of that for submission, madam. You can judge for yourself how useful it is in the light of that exchange. Now, I then just want to make sure my watch is still working. Madam, do you have about 24? About 24. Yeah, I'm grateful. Yeah. It's just my watch, I have to wind it up, and sometimes if I forget, I might think I'm doing better than I am, but it's helpful. So now moving on to design output, and I think that there are possibly one or two points we can take before lunch on this. And there's a preliminary point, please, Mr. Alford, about the presentation of the schemes at the inquiry. Now, on day 2, when you took us through the walkthrough, so this was a modelling exercise, as I understand it, on the video, which allows you to perceive the site as a walkthrough for the 2 schemes. Do you remember?
I remember it well. I didn't take us through it, to be clear. I showed it without comment.
That's not my point.
I'm just clarifying.
One of the things that was notable about that was that in neither video did the camera look up and allow the viewer to see the perception of the scale of the tall building as a whole. That was no part of either presentation, was it?
The video followed the eye-line code that we work to on these kinds of videos.
And the answer to my question is, no, it didn't.
At no point did we look up.
No. Can you go back, please, to INQ, I'm not sure whether we've been here before, actually, INQ 09, which is Miss Adams' clip of images.
Miss Adams' images and proof of evidence.
No, this is INQ 09. So this is the slides that she used for the purpose of her evidence in chief.
Yeah.
And can you go
figure 9, an aerial view?
No, INQ 09 is the number of the document.
Yeah.
Can you go, there are 2 images I want to ask you about. You need to have a hand in each one. So figure 26 and then figure 49. So those are 2 images looking at the 2 schemes, 2018 scheme and the 2021 scheme from the eastern edge of the conservation area. So 26 and 49.
Yeah.
And figure 26, you'll recognise that's the version with the blue line added to it in order to show the correct line of the building at full height, as I understand it.
That's right.
Yeah. And this, therefore, if you go back to 49, so we're looking at the 2021 scheme,
yeah.
This shows the full height of the 2021 scheme, which is, I think, 108 metres AOD.
Yeah.
And then some clear sky above, yes?
Yeah.
If looking at figure 26 and looking at what was produced as the equivalent image in the TVI BHA, it only seems to go up to about, is it about level 16, something like that?
It'll be whatever is the cone of vision for the verified view.
Well, just working up from the indoor garden area, I make it about level 16. Does that look about right?
Yes, that would be about right.
So that's, I think, again, tell me if I've got this wrong, you can check over lunch, that would make it about 65 metres AOD.
I'll have to check that over lunch.
Yeah, please do. For the moment, assume I'm right. If I'm wrong, I'm happy to be corrected, matter of fact. Now, obviously, 2018 is a taller scheme, but the equivalent 2018 image is not cropped at the same point in terms of AOD.
None of these images are cropped. To be very clear, these are independently produced images to a code that is set by, I can't give you the guidance, but Peter Stewart can give you the guidance as to what the exact rules are. But these are not images, they are not cropped, and they conform with an exact agreement that's been established by Peter Stewart in a walk around with Southwark. So let's be very clear, every image in here is independently produced and verified. It picks up the curvature of the Earth. Its orientation, horizontal or vertical, is the product of a process which we are not involved in. It is a process produced by others. They are called verified views. So if it's horizontal, it's because it was agreed that was horizontal. If it's vertical, it's vertical. So it's not our image.
Fine. Don't get hung up on the word.
I'm not
cropped.
hung up. You use the word crop, which is quite a specific word.
Alfred, I said don't get hung up on the word crop. That's not my point. It's not pejorative. I'm simply trying to get your assistance with this fact. I could understand if the image is finished at the same height, so that it is, as you simply said, the application of some formula, which means once you get above a certain height, the image will end. But looking at these two, there appears to be about a 40-metre difference at the point at which the image ends.
These, as I've said, these views are agreed with Southwark and produced accordingly. So I have no comment to make beyond that.
But I just want to understand, as a matter of fact, it looks as though on the face of it, if my numbers are right, there's a difference of about 40 metres in where they end.
I told you a matter of fact. The matter of fact is these are verified views that have been agreed and their orientation is agreed. So there's not a sleight of hand, which is the implication.
No, Mr. Stewart, don't worry about implications. My question is a simple...
I've stated my answer. These are verified views.
No, Mr. Alford, I didn't ask you if they were verified views. I didn't ask you if there's a sleight of hand. I simply asked you, as a matter of fact, it would appear, if my numbers are broadly right, that the images end at a different point, about 40 metres difference between the two. As a matter of fact, does that look about right?
I can't tell you that because they're verified views. So that there will be a matter of fact, and we can add that to the note and give it to you afterwards and give it to the inspector.
So who's the appropriate person to answer questions about this point within
Peter Stewart, as I've said, is the expert who's dealt with these views, but also we can give you the verified view system that generates them.
Yeah, that's not my question. My question is trying to make very clear. I want to understand.
I've given you.
Yeah. Well, if I may, my learner friend was very keen that he shouldn't be interrupted when cross-examining, and if I may say so, I'd expect the same courtesy. I've tried to avoid that. I'd be grateful for the same in return. If the inspector wants to get a sense of what the full height of the 2018 tall building would look like from ground level on St Thomas Street, what illustrative material are you aware of that's before the inquiry that's been prepared and presented by the appellant's team that illustrates that particular point?
As I've said, there are 67 views, and Peter Stewart can talk to each one of them in detail. Each view has been agreed with Southwark and its orientation. I can't answer any more clearly than that.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Todd, I'm not going to let you get away with that. That's not an answer to my question. I know you're familiar with these views because you presented them as part of your evidence in chief, and you explained that they were an important part of the design process. So I'm not going to accept that you don't know the answer to this question. If the inspector wants to get an idea of what the full height of the 2018 tall building would look like from this point, has the appellant's team prepared and presented any material that's before the inquiry that shows this?
I would not know. I do not know the details of all 67. You'll have to speak to Peter Stewart and review it with him. I'll give you that answer.
You've presented, if I may say so, a great many visual images in your proof and in your slides to the inquiry showing the scheme and showing aspects of the scheme as you consider to be relevant. Are you aware of any image prepared by the appellant's team that illustrates the full height?
If there is, it will be in one of the 67 views, which Mr. Peter Stewart will be talking to. I can't answer any more clearly than that. That is not avoidance. That's a statement of fact.
I think he has answered.
I've said it 3 times.
Yeah, I think if you can put that to
I'm very happy to put to Mr. Stewart. If I'm wrong and there's another image, I'm sure it'll be pointed out to me. I'm happy to ask Mr. Stewart, but the witness doesn't seem to be identifying one. That's as far as I can go.
I said that 3 times.
Yeah. Very well. Next point on design output is relationship to townscape context. So put Miss Adams' images to one side, and I'd like you to take up, please, CDA 12.
Which one's CDA 12?
That's the TVIBHA. Now, obviously, I'm going to ask Mr. Stewart about the detail of this assessment. But there are a couple of matters arising from this that I just want to ask you about because they're part of your evidence.
This one? CDA 12? Yeah.
Thank you. Now, once you've got that document, what I want to do, just to explain the nature of the exercise before I put the question, I'm going to just gather together some points from this, so a number of different aspects of the text, which I think will include some of the images you identified in your evidence in chief, the 7 key images you referred to. And then I'm going to ask you a question related to the design response to those matters. Mr. Alford, did you?
I heard. I'm just getting prepared to answer.
Yeah, so
I haven't had the question yet.
I just wanted to check that you were following the nature of the exercise. So I'm going to gather together some references. So just bear with me while we go through that, and then there'll be a question at the end. So first point is page 229 of the document, which is view 43 from St Saviour's War Memorial.
Yeah. And
just pick up a couple of points from the text in 5.5.39. You find that paragraph?
Yeah.
So it talks about a noticeable shift in the balance between historic foreground and historic background. And then it talks about the conjunction between the proposal and the shard as being visually uneasy, and identifies a couple of paragraphs down a moderate to major adverse effect. So that's one of the references.
Yep.
Go on to view 44, Southwark Street, Stony Street. Page 233.
Yep.
Paragraph 5.554. Modern background dominates historic foreground to a noticeably greater extent than is the case with the view as existing. And then a couple of paragraphs down, moderate to major adverse, that's the second. Then view 47, which is on page 245. This is within the West Wing quad. Paragraph 5.588. Development would be a greater distraction to the viewer than the Shard. The quality of this view would be somewhat diminished. A couple of paragraphs down, major adverse. And then the penultimate one, pre-penultimate one, page 257.
I haven't got enough fingers, but I'm working on
it. We're gathering together the references. This is view 50.
257.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is the view we were looking at in another context earlier. 5624. Degree to which the development dominates the existing street scene from this viewpoint is considerable. Coherent quality of the existing view is disrupted. Major adverse. Next one, 269. So this is view 53 from Bedale Street. 269. Paragraph 5661. See the second half of the paragraph, relationship of the new building to the existing scene does not create a particularly positive pictorial relationship. And then if you turn on a couple of pages to page 273, this is view 54, so it's slightly closer to, I think, and you'll see the same is said in 5674. Okay?
Yes.
Those are the references I had in mind. Now, those are Mr. Stewart's assessments of the final design from various locations within the conservation area. And it's clear from what you said in evidence in chief that you were aware of those adverse effects before the height and form of the 2018 scheme were settled upon. Yes?
I was aware of his analysis in the technical jargon of adverse, yeah.
Yeah. And did you suggest, having got those responses from Mr. Stewart as to the effects, did you suggest that to the client it might be worth looking at alternative approaches to developing the site that would avoid or reduce those effects?
No, because Mr. Stewart has a view and I have a view, and the view will not always be the same, but I'll be informed by guided by his intelligence. But as again, when we walk around the site, under this same view analysis structure, which is obviously a statutory piece of guidance, it looks at a photo, not a view, and the Shard, which has now become this kind of the centre of the kind of Western world, as well as the tallest building of the Western world, would probably fail similar tests. So I see ourselves adding to the setting of the Shard in these photographs, which I don't regard as views.
So do you take a different view then? Is your own personal assessment is different from Mr. Stewart's?
Mr. Stewart's is the correct technical assessment. My view as an architect is any building I propose will offer visual delight to those who look up at it.
Okay, but you're not distancing yourself.
I'm not distancing myself from his technical analysis, but as an architect, I would not put a building in the city that I didn't think would be handsome and delightful. As I pointed out earlier, St. Paul's would fail these tests. The Shard for sure would fail these tests.
And we can turn it up if you want, but I hope we can avoid the exercise to save time. When you look at the 2021 TBI BHA, it identifies essentially the same issues from the same viewpoints. We can go through it if you like, but
It's the same issue. Mr.
Yeah.
Stewart and I would disagree. He would be correct technically, and I believe I'd be correct architecturally. I don't
see.
design buildings to be hidden from historic England.
understood. That's helpful. So you've made two considered and detailed attempts at finding a tall building that works on this site. And on Mr. Stewart's appraisal, the same adverse effects arise in respect to the second attempt as the first.
I think the last two say neutral, but I'm happy to go over them again. They say neutral, the last two.
Well, I'll take that up with Mr. Stewart if need be. Assume for the purpose of this question that that's right.
No, I'm just checking, because you said they're all adverse, and two say neutral.
I'm not trying to be unhelpful, sorry, you're cross purposes, because I can see that he's looking at the 2018 book. You were asking about 2021.
Yes, exactly.
So he's the scheme behind you. So
yes.
So you might just need to clarify.
I'm grateful. That's a helpful intervention. So
I know, but I'm pointing out that in the 2018, which I'm looking at, you're in a different place.
yes, the 2021 scheme, as we established,
Yes.
you helpfully accepted that the same issues are identified in the 2021 version. And my point is this, that you've made two considered and detailed attempts at finding a tall building that works on the site. And on Mr. Stewart's appraisal, the same negative effects arise in respect to the second attempt.
I want to be very clear, because you've been very clear with me. He states in two of the views that you keep saying are negative, he states the word neutral. So I'd just like to be clear, he does not say on 53, which is one of your reference views, it is negative. He does in others. He says the word neutral. So I just think that's worth being clear about. Because
Okay, so you're fair. He doesn't identify there major adverse. He says neutral. The phrase that I went to was does not create a particularly positive pictorial relationship. Those are the last two views. That was the point I had.
His analysis is neutral, and I would disagree with him about the positivity of the relationship.
That's fine. That's helpful. I'm happy with that clarification. The same, you may not regard his view on that as correct. He doesn't think it creates what's the phrase, particularly positive pictorial relationship, but the same issues arise on both schemes, so far as his assessment is concerned.
I'd have to check his analysis and check the detail. That the same
you can
approximate form is there if you want to go to the 2018 sheet.
I've got all the references to the 2021 scheme. If you want me to go through
no,
it.
I don't. If they're all, if two of them are neutral and five of them are adverse, I accept his technical analysis. But in both schemes, I don't agree with the fact that the building wouldn't look handsome in its place and wouldn't add to the history. I think it is part of it is the shock of the new, and that actually we don't see the world as these photos do. I think it's an artificial representation of life. It is a photo, not a view.
And is your view then that any tall building with the same or similar floor space on this site would give rise to the same effects, broadly speaking?
In those views, under his analysis and under my analysis, any tall building would be a delightful addition to the history of Southwark.
But look, we've looked very carefully at the points he's identified. I just want, maybe you say you can't answer.
No, I've just answered it.
No, but do you say that the same essential analysis would arise for any tall building with a similar floor space on this site?
Under his system of analysis, it is likely that the contrast in a particular view, although I know, Guy's does it, Shard does it, Shard Place does it, under his system of analysis, it's likely if the first and the second had adverse or neutral, and the 2021 had adverse and neutral, his analysis is likely to be the same. And if there's a third option, it is quite likely to be the same for a tall building. However, if I was designing the third option, I wouldn't see it as adverse or neutral. I would see it as delightful, architectural, and added to the history of Southwark.
You've made very clear you disagree with him on that, and that's fine. That's your right to do that. Now, next point I want to deal with, I think we can deal with this probably conveniently before lunch. It arises from your INQ 17. We're going to need, before you put the 2018 TVI BHA away, we're going to need that for this exercise as well. And we'll be looking at some of the same images, so hopefully it'll be reasonably quick to find them. Can you take up, please, your INQ 17? So this is your evidence in chief document.
Yeah.
And turn to page 35, which is where you deal with what you've described as issue.
Can you give me the reference numbers? I think my page numbers might be different to yours. The top left reference.
Understood. 10A. So it starts at 10A. You've then got 10B, 10C through to 10E.
Got those. Thank you.
And they're dealing with primacy of the shard. That's the issue you're dealing with there. Yeah. And the image, the only image I think you've chosen, which represents the scheme together with the shard in order to respond to this point, we see on page 36 and 37, so 10B and 10C in your referencing. It's the view over London Bridge.
Yep.
What you didn't show or didn't comment on in your evidence in chief is any of those images where the two buildings would be seen either in alignment or in close proximity.
I chose, because there's a time limit on these things, to show a selection of images fully aware that Peter Stewart is giving evidence against the 67 images.
Yeah, but I'm right.
I chose a singular view of the 67.
I appreciate that, but I'm right in my point, aren't I? That in addressing this point, you didn't show or comment on any of the images where the two are seen either in alignment or in close proximity, did you?
So I believe this is how you read the shard in London, which is actually from a distance. You don't walk around, except in a public inquiry, with your eyes craned to the sky. And I walked the site yesterday again and thought to myself, as everyone who's walking past, they're not looking at the shard or Shard Place or the George Inn courtyard and 1,000 people in it. They're looking at the life around them, the life of the first 6 meters of the city. I think the primacy of the shard becomes particularly important in the sort of mid and distant views, where it's obviously a major landmark in London of significance through its shape and now its established consciousness.
So I think the answer to my question must be yes. You said why you chose to do that. That's fine. That can be a qualification, but it's yes, and that's the reason why.
Yes, that is the reason why.
If we can do it that way around, it'll save time, Mr. Robert. Can we just look at some of those images, please? So this is an issue you're addressing, primacy of the shard. We looked at the policy context for it and what it says. And can we go, please, to CDA 12, now the TV IBHA? And I just want to look at some of those images and see what it says about that might be relevant to primacy of the shard. So view 42, which is page 224, please. This is Southwark Street, east of the railway bridge. And if you look at the text, 5521, this is the existing view. Look about 2/3 of the way down. The shard is a dominant feature of the view, although partly obscured by the building under redevelopment on the south side of the street. So dominant feature of the view, although partly obscured, and we can see the building they're talking about. And then if you go to view as proposed, so this is 5524, the development will be a new focal point in this view. However, the shard will remain a very noticeable feature. So here it's the new focal point.
Yes, with the shard as the sort of high point and the pinnacle.
And then view 43. So this is the War Memorial view. This is the one where if we look at the view as proposed text 5539, this is the one that picks up the visually uneasy relationship between the two. See that?
Yeah.
And then 5536. So this is the first bit of text under view as proposed. This would be a prominent addition to this view, acting as a new focal point. Shard immediately to the right, rising to a similar apparent height, and now partly obscured by the development. So that's that's plainly these are plainly relevant images for the inspector and the Secretary of State in judging this question, which we looked at earlier, aren't they? They're dealing with that issue.
Yes, they are. Mr. Stewart is dealing with that issue.
And view 44. This is Southwark Street, Stony Street. We can see in the existing position 549, but the text is a bit obscure in the numbering, but the shard identified halfway down a particularly prominent aspect, and then 552. This is with proposed development would obscure the present view of the shard and would become the new focal point. Again, obviously highly relevant viewpoint to assess this issue. Yes.
One of 67. My view on these views is they're photographs, not key views.
Yeah. Understand. You take that view. I'm just trying to identify where is relevant, and then view 46. So view 46 is page 240. See the shard there. This is the Georgian yard, and also highly relevant viewpoint when assessing this issue. Yes?
Yes, hence the consideration and design to get a neutral effect in his analysis.
Yeah. Well, the inspector can form a view about the relationship with the shard and its primacy there. Mr. Alford, thank you very much. That's a convenient moment to break. Madam, we've made up a bit of time, but I'm afraid I'm not quite there yet. It's probably, with Mr. Alford's assistance, we're probably looking at about another hour. I'm hope I'll try and do it as quickly as I can, but slightly slower going than I'd expected.
I've got a few points to raise in re-examination. Obviously, I don't know whether my own friend String would have any questions, but you know we've got quite a bit to do. At least half an hour.
Yes, I mean, I know I did say that if I wouldn't have any questions, there was more heritage-related content in the evidence in chief than I'd perhaps anticipated there might be. So I do have various questions. My own friend Mr. Philpott is whittling them down as he's going along. So what I'll be left with, I'm not sure, but I think I will still have some matters to cover, possibly, I don't know, 20 minutes, half an hour, potentially.
Okay.
See how, depending on what's covered in the next hour.
Okay. So it's 5 to 1. Should we come back at 1:45? So sort of.
Well, could we make? Don't know whether your food is here, but I mean, certainly from
I don't get mine delivered.
Oh dear. Okay. Well, no, we'll stick with that. Of course, but stick with your. Absolutely. I was going to suggest past, but no, we'll stick with yours, ma'am. I mean, I know you're not doing this. I know you wouldn't do this, but obviously, you know, my learning friend would carry on with these questions, but other learning friend would have her questions. But I also must have my questions.
Oh no, yes,
no
no,
pressure at all.
Appreciate
no pressure at all.
Everyone, yeah, needs to. Okay, well, if we come back at 22. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, unless
rushing the ladies' toilets for review. Okay, so you estimate another hour?
Yes, I've tried over lunchtime to identify anything that I can cut out. I've cut out a few things, so with reasonable cooperation, I think we could probably do it comfortably under an hour.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, if you'd like to continue then.
Thank you.
Mr. Orford's ready?
Yes, I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
Before the afternoon.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Alford. Let's see if we can get this done well within the hour. I just want to ask you a few points about the implications of the main design changes in the 2021 scheme, in particular in relation to the public realm, and just to clarify a few points there. In terms of the figures, as I understand it, the figures for the two schemes are as follows: 1305 square metres for the 2018 scheme and 1136 square metres for the 2021 scheme, comparing like with like, that which is within the site.
Correct, at ground, yes.
Yeah, at ground level. Yeah. 1305 plays 1136.
I can check the numbers, but those are of the order within.
Yeah, the reference I have for the 1305 is in the landscape strategy, CDA 20, page 10, section 3, if you want to check. That's where I've taken it from.
Right.
If they're of the broad order of magnitude, we needn't take time over any differences. And because of the desire to keep the quantum of floor space, employment floor space, broadly similar, what's proposed now is the sort of podium arrangement. And just to get a sense of that, if we can go to Miss Adams' clip of images for her evidence in chief. So this is the INQ09 set of slides. And this is, it's an image, I just happen to have it here, it's in a number of the documents. Figure 54, please.
Yep. Hand-drawn perspective.
Yeah, so this is just broadly illustrating, so we know what we're talking about. And so because of that continuity of floor space, and we have the podium arrangement after the first 4 stories, with the tall building then pushing out to, I think, just around or over the edges of the roofs of the listed terrace. You can see that there.
So, question is it?
That's broadly what we're looking at. Thank you. And the result of that, and again, this is a percentage figure which Miss Adams has given. I don't think it's disputed, but I'll just check. Her estimate is that of the 1136 square metres, something in the order of 54% is covered as a result. That's the figure she gave on her amended figure 37. I don't think that has been disputed. It's about the right order of magnitude.
About the right number.
And we can see from, if we go to put that sort of broad image, as it were, that image of the essential position to one side, and take up your INQ 07. So this is your day 2 presentation pack.
Yeah. That's not that one. It's on the floor. Overview of the site proposed, yes.
And turn to page 170. Again, it's same image arises in a number of different places, but I just happen to have it here. It's 2114D.
Yes, I had
setting for the Georgian Terrace. I'm grateful. And so, as we can see from this, just a bit closer to, that also results in those substantial structural columns hard up against the back of the listed terrace to support the building above.
I'm not sure when these are questions, these are statements.
Yes, I'm asking you whether or not I've understood it correctly.
There are columns that float slightly free, about half a metre off the wall of the Georgian Terrace.
0.5 metres.
I've could be, in your world of approximations, could be 0.35, but they are,
In that
they're
order
not
of magnitude.
attached.
No, I don't think I
Yes.
said it's attached. We can see a bit of shading behind, but
Yeah.
that's fine as an order of magnitude. And it also results, as I understand it, and one can see this from the model, in a reduction in the uncovered area immediately adjacent to the new entrance and exit from the tube station.
That's correct, yeah.
And the result, and the figures are set out in the GIA, Gordon Ingram Associates material, which is not in dispute, is a reduction in daylight, sunlight, and views of the sky from the public realm.
Yeah.
Thank you. Then beyond that, because the figures are not in dispute, you and I don't need to tread. But I do want to just ask you about another aspect of the public realm and the consequences of the changes in the 2021 scheme. Because you'll recall earlier, when we were identifying changes, one of the changes was on-site servicing. And during the round table on session on servicing, were you here for that?
I was not here for the round table.
Okay, well, Mr. Vaughan was discussing what he saw as some of the wider benefits associated with the off-street servicing, the 2018 scheme, and that as opposed to on-site servicing in the 2021 scheme. That was one of the discussions that was had. And he referred to one of the downsides in terms of public realm of having the internal service yard was that had negative impacts on the public realm once you brought the servicing into the site. Were you aware that he gave that evidence?
I'm aware of the discussion around the servicing and the differential benefits of each. And obviously the servicing strategy and looking out of hours, because I presented that in my presentation. So I'm aware of that direction.
Well, because you're obviously, you've designed the site and you've designed the public realm. Can I just ask you, on my list, I have the two ground floor plans. So for this is proposed. So I've got in CDB 33, the ground floor plan for the 2021 scheme, and in CDA 34, the ground floor plan for the 2018 scheme. So if you could just have those.
2021, I'm just getting the 18 now.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm afraid they're not paginated.
What's the plan reference?
So the plan reference for the 2018 scheme is drawing P120, P01.
Okay.
And for the 21 scheme, it's also P120.
Because the job number in the foreground changes. So they're matched to make it easier to read them. So the job number is a different distinguishing point.
That's fine. But as long as we've got the right plans in front of us.
I don't know if I've got. What? Can you just show me?
Yeah, so mine's got some. Which one are you looking for, madam?
Right, this is the 18 drawing schedule.
Yeah, and it's P120 in that.
It's clear, it says ground floor plans.
Yeah. Madam, we've got a hard copy here which we can.
Just. Not more. Thank you.
I'm grateful.
Yeah, thank you so much. Here all day.
So,
okay.
Mr. Alford, you've got them. I think, madam, you now have them. So just looking at the 2018 scheme first, and just looking at the public realm as a whole, the public realm which you have in front of, well, let me be clear, to the west of the tall building, that is between the tall building and the tube station, that is continues behind the terrace, and then you can drop down through Beak Yard, I think it's called, down that alleyway into King's Head Yard at the bottom.
Yes.
And that allows for access through to St Thomas Street, to and from St Thomas Street to the yard. So a sort of permeability benefit in the 2018 scheme. It does require obviously a gap in the St Thomas Street frontage to achieve it, and that's the one that we see opposite the tall building, between the two buildings with the 6 trees shown. But you only need one gap to get that permeability.
The gap is a permeability for pedestrian movement, not really for servicing.
No, well, that's my.
If
I'm not talking about servicing. At the moment,
so you mentioned servicing earlier, so I was in a servicing mindset.
We'll come on to servicing. Don't worry. I'm just trying to establish what we've got. Yes, that's
6
right.
trees, the mini square.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's the entrance. And you can then move from obviously King's Head Yard through to St Thomas Street. And I'm just identifying, that's one of the things that I think you've said is a benefit of the 2018 public realm. And there's also, as I understand it, in this, if you look at the area on the eastern end of the site, I think there's a slim infill between the relocated Keats House and the adjacent listed building.
Correct, which is servicing access.
So I've understood that correctly. If you look at the 2021 equivalent drawing now, with the off-street servicing, which one can see on the eastern end of the ground floor plan for 2021, next to between Keats House and the hospital complex building. That's the service entrance, I think, isn't it, that we're talking about? The link through from the St Thomas Street entrance, the little square, as you refer to it, opposite the entrance to the building, through to King's Head Yard, that entrance is, and I think this may have been what Mr. Vaughan had in mind, that's lost because obviously you've got the servicing yard in between it. It's replaced by what you've then got to the east.
So the link between the terrace and Keats House still exists, but you can't go.
But you can't go through down
to
King's Head Yard. Yes.
Yes.
Grateful. In order to access Beak Alley, I think it's still called Beak Alley in both schemes.
Yeah.
Pedestrians on St Thomas Street then need to use the access to the service yard. That's the access which includes access for HGVs and bin lorries in order to get down into King's Head Yard from St Thomas Street.
They use the pedestrian realm that's been created. There is a shared service which vehicles will cross in a controlled hour, just to give you a clear answer.
Yeah, but that is, I'm right.
Service yard, just to be very clear, the whole refuse and servicing policy is to move vehicles in a controlled pattern out of pedestrian hours in limited zones as shown in his documents and cross a shared surface just as vehicles cross a street.
So when you say out of pedestrian hours,
there's a chart.
What do you understand as pedestrian hours?
I can't recall the exact details, but the chart suggests no vehicular movements across that element between 7 and 10, busy pedestrian hours, 7 and 10, 12 and 2, 4 and 7. But it is in the documents.
So what you're looking at there, as I understand it, are the busiest pedestrian flows as opposed to times when pedestrians may want to make that movement.
Yes, pedestrians will make that movement
at all times.
Yeah, as they cross roads and walk past servicing vehicles.
And so that also, in order to achieve that, you have to then create a further gap in the frontage along the southern side of St Thomas Street, adjacent to, is it Coney Bear House? Is that the name of the property next door?
The Guy's Hospital you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so for that, I think it's about 6 meters. It's a lot of
0.7, I believe.
6.7. So there's a lot of the active frontage along the southern side of St Thomas Street there.
There is a small gap, yes.
And if we look, just to put that, we'll come back to that, but we come please to the 2021 TBI BHA. So that's CD, if I give them the reference, yes, CDB 14.
Tell me a while to find out. Yep.
And when you've got that, could you please turn to page 237?
F237, yes.
Yeah. So 237, hopefully, when you get there, will be view 43.
I have 237, view 43.
St Thomas Street opposite Guy's Hospital. Just waiting for the inspector to get there as well. Thank you. So this, I think, shows the site from an angle looking from the northeast.
As you come out of Shard Place, essentially.
Yeah, and I just look at this. There's something odd about the image because it seems to show the railings continuing all the way across rather than the service access. But that's not my main point. But I think there is an oddity in the image.
Yes, there may well be.
Yeah. And you've said the new gap in the front is about 6.7 meters wide, and we can also see from this image that there's a curve introduced now on the flank of Keats House to accommodate the service access, as I understand it.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and what that does is it makes it pretty obvious looking from here that the historic fabric is simply a facade. It makes that very clearly apparent.
Yes.
And the curving shape, as I understand it, is nothing to do with the original design of Keats House. In your presentation on day 2, you referred to that curve as referencing the curves on the 2021 scheme tall building above.
Yes.
And looking into, if one were to come in that view a little bit further west, you'd be looking into the entrance to the service yard within the building.
You'd be looking into the 4-story podium that sits underneath the large columns with a service door at the ground floor.
Yeah, so if we look at the ground level plan, the 2021 scheme, so we can see this. If one were opposite effectively, or a little bit further, as I said, a little bit further west than the viewpoint, you would see there the doors presumably underneath the curved part of the building, which would block off views into and access into the interior service yard in when it's not being actively used.
That's correct.
Yeah. And I noticed when you gave your presentation on day 2, you had those 2 walkthroughs of the public realm. But for the 2021 walkthrough, it didn't include a walk through this public realm, but it did for the 2018 equivalent. Is that right? My recollection is that you didn't include Beak Alley for the 2021.
Well, no, it's not a continuous piece. It's a different part of the movement. And the other one, you're walking around the back of Keats House and coming in. So that was a very kind of quick piece, not a 20-minute video that shows you every part of the project.
Okay, well, the inspector will have to sort of form a view without the benefit of that aid as to what it would be like. But if you were a pedestrian wanting to undertake that movement, once you've gone past I think there's labelled security fire control room, which has a view into the space in front of the entrance gates, and the ground floor frontage along the west side of the alley, so on the appeal site side, that's all, as I understand it, essentially dead frontage, shielding the loading bay and activities behind. And so if you take up, please, and you can put away for my purposes the 2021 TVI BHA, and you can also, for my purposes at least, put away the 2 plans just to clear the decks. And the next, hopefully final reference on this is your INQ07 Day 2 presentation, please. Page 76. Now,
Sorry.
it is 18.9F, placemaking public realm route through, and you just bear with me. I'm sorry, there is one other reference in this document I want to go to, so if you just bear with me, I'll get both references together. Yes, the other reference in this document is yes, 1820A, which is page 118. In fact, no, sorry, there's a better reference. Page 102, 1815A. Sorry, I slightly mislaid the reference there. So if you've got one hand in page 102, 1815A, and one in page 76, we start with 76. What 76 is showing is retail on the back of Keats House. Is that right? It's a retail unit?
Yes, correct.
And you can also see here, I think this is on the northeast corner of the tall building, the active frontage providing presumably passive surveillance on that ground floor unit.
Yes.
And then if you go through just to get the overview, page 102 for the 2018 scheme, you can see along Beak Alley, you've got that retail that we were just looking at, it's all shaded yellow, and then it's either, I think, retail or gym down Beak Alley until you get to that little servicing yard. Yes?
Yes.
But whereas in the 2018 scheme, as we can see, you've got retail units and a gym entrance fronting onto Beak Alley, and retail also in the back of Keats House, giving you passive surveillance through those active frontages. In the 2021 scheme, that public realm on the eastern side doesn't have that benefit. It's likely to be materially less attractive and appealing to pedestrians as a result, isn't it?
It is not as attractive as that of the 2018 scheme. It's a classic characterful conservation area yards route within active frontage, as I've just walked around at lunchtime.
I'll leave the inspector to form a judgment about that. That's one of those matters where I'm not going to persuade you of a different view. Final matter I want your help with, please. And it's just it's a point where you'll either be able to tell me straight away, in which case that's fine, I'll just take a note of it, or if you can't, I'm happy for you to take it away and provide me with a note.
Yep.
Can you go to your INQ 17, please, which is your examination in chief booklet?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
And this is page 55, which is the reference you went to, I believe, in responding to what Mr. Glasgow had said in re-examination about the number of people who would benefit from the new tube entrance who weren't going to be visiting the site. Do you remember?
Yes, I
you
did.
went there?
Actually, no, I wasn't there, but I was advised of it.
Yes, you weren't there when he gave that, but you were here yesterday when I heard you giving
I
this.
gave it myself. I tend to be there and I'm giving it.
Yes, unless I've completely lost my mind.
It.
And in examination in chief, you said, and I had a note of this, you said that 70% of those using the new exit from the underground station were not visiting the development. And I got a note of that. I couldn't see on the face of it how you derive that information from this slide. So I just wanted you to explain, please, where I get the 70% from so that I can check that. And if it's a matter of fact, then that's fine. I don't want to take a bad point, but I just want to understand.
Okay. I will explain it very briefly, and I will get a note sent as well.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
So it's space syntax CDA 23.
Yeah.
Page 25. We'll send you a note on this.
Yeah.
2031 baseline with the NCC New City Court AM.
Just slow down a bit. 2031 baseline.
2131 future baseline.
Yes.
With the New City Court AM peak.
Yeah.
Is 1,800 people exiting the station across the site per hour.
Yeah.
On the page 19 analysis of the same moment in time,
yeah,
the pedestrian demand analysis is 599 people per hour at peak coming into the office.
Yeah.
Only 35% of those people are using the tube station. So there's 511 people using from the station.
What was that last number, sorry?
41% are going to the office from the 599 peak. But of that calculation of the total of 41, some of them, a few percentages are coming from elsewhere. So the bulk are coming from, so if you take not 35% of 41, 41% of the 599 people coming into the hour, come into the office.
Yeah.
And that is, of those 599, 511 of them are using the station. They are coming from elsewhere as well. So some will come through, they'll walk up Borough High Street, they'll come through King's Head Yard and they'll cut through. The larger number are coming from the station. So that means 511 over 1,800 is 0.28. So 28% of the people at peak are using the building, are accessing the building, and 72% of the people are not using the building.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Could you put that in a note, because I've not seen that set out before. No, I realised pretty quickly that there was probably more maths there than my brain could handle.
Quite a lot of maths because the study of where people are coming from, and then all those people who is going to the building and the station and not the station.
Yeah, that's helpful. If we could have a note on that.
Yeah.
That will allow us to check it, and if there's any issue arising from that, we can pick that up. Ms. Rolfe, thank you very much. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do you want to move to the witness table? I mean, it seems, you know, wherever you've got all your things, I don't.
It's fine, but I might just move the box.
Yeah, eye contact's always.
Let's good document onto your iPad. So you know what that's not.
Yes, I do, yeah.
Right. to move my coffee away before I knock that off the table. Good afternoon, Mr. Orford. Hi. I'm just going to pick up, I've got a collection of a sort of assortment of questions left over here, so just bear with me while I try and kind of get them in a sensible order. I think since we were quite recently talking about Keats House and that curved flank wall, I may as well just start there. Yeah. And I think you acknowledged in my learned friend's cross-examination that that had nothing to do with the original design of Keats House. We can agree that there's nothing historically authentic about having a curved flank wall there. And you said that was referencing the curved building above. I think the note I took from your original presentation was, I think you referred to the curvilinear idea of the base of the tall building. You seem to be suggesting that curve was somehow deliberately responding to the curve in the building above. Am I right in understanding that?
The curve, it's clear at the plan, there's two curves come together. One is at the new building, one is at Keats House. Then that curve is extruded into the sky.
It's not a document that was on my list, and it only occurred to me while I was hearing that questioning, but one of the core documents at CDB 07 is the Delivery, Servicing and Waste Management Plan for the 2021 scheme, and it's got, I'm not necessarily suggesting we have to turn it up, it's got in the appendix a swept path analysis of service vehicles, and in particular for a refuse vehicle and a rigid HGV. I'm right in looking at that, aren't I, and saying that the curve of the Keats House flank wall is essential to enable those large vehicles for that swept path, essentially.
The swept path has informed it, but we could have cantilevered above it and made a rectilinear side detail. We chose to make the curve.
All right, thank you. Now, back to a completely different topic. There was just a point that you made in your in the earlier questioning. The context of this was that you were looking at Mr. Stewart's analysis of various views where he'd found adverse impacts, and you had explained that you didn't necessarily agree with his conclusions. And you said one thing, and I just didn't understand what you meant. You said that I don't design buildings to be hidden from HE. What did you mean by that?
Well, I've built a lot of buildings in London, and there's often a discussion that assumes a new building shouldn't be seen because it will have an adverse impact upon the environment. And my view is new buildings should be seen because they are part of the layering of history. And I often walk down the street and think, I wonder what would happen if I presented that historical building, which is, say, a 19th century building of 8 or 9 stories in a kind of European Gothic style, sitting next to a medieval building. I'm in close juxtaposition. I often think to myself, I wonder what the attitude would be to that kind of juxtaposition nowadays. So it's my reflection as a designer whenever I walk around the city on how we view the world now with, a myriad of views versus how the world has been built up as a series of layers over time.
Was the implication, just because you specifically mentioned HE, that's why my ears kind of pricked up, was the implication essentially that you would assume that HE would be...
I don't find HE the most progressive organisation in recognising that buildings can add positively to their context. I have some very good meetings with HE, but there is often a tendency to assume the worst of the new.
I see. And you were here for Mr. Young's evidence. Were you here for Mr. Young's evidence yesterday? No, okay. It's just because he made that point about, I think it's about 7% of tall building cases that HE raise serious objections.
I'm aware of that statistic, but I would have questions about it. I haven't seen the facts. Sure. I'd be interested to see that in a note.
Okay. Well, okay. I think he's provided the reference document that supports that. Okay. Back to just the design inputs. And you asked a series of questions by my friend Mr. Philpott about kind of heritage and the kind of relevance of that in terms of the design. Now, when I listened to your evidence in chief, I sort of took a note down of what I understood the kind of process to be that you followed. And if I just summarise it, you can tell me if I've got it right. I think you said you started about 10 years ago meeting GPE. You looked around the site, you identified some meriting Keats House and the listed terrace at that point, before you discovered the extent of the 1980s works. You were initially considering a sort of ocean liner going up 8 to 10 stories, but quite quickly after that you decided that a vertical building, a taller building would be appropriate. Then later on in your evidence, you were discussing the development of the brief. You mentioned again about the terrace, that was important, and that retaining and enhancing the heritage buildings became the first driver of the project. Then you talked about bringing the King's Head pub into play as the public realm kind of grew in importance. That was kind of my
it's a good
summary.
Overall summary. Yeah.
And then we've heard a bit more this morning about Southwark Cathedral and how you've sort of tried to take into account concerns about that through the 2021 scheme.
We didn't try to take into account. We did take into account, and the Fabric Committee wrote a letter of support. But
right. Well, yeah, we'll come back to that. But it's just when I was listening to that description of the process and the input into the design, I didn't hear any mention of the conservation area context in your summary of kind of drivers behind the design.
The conservation
did I miss that?
Is part of the summary of the context. I mean, you've summarised it. I talked about other things as well.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of just looking at the documents and trying to see how kind of the conservation area context has figured in. I mean, I've looked through them all. I've looked at the DAS, and I can see in there we've got a couple of pages showing kind of architectural references, the bridges, the warehouses, the kind of design palette that we've looked at. That's the only place, though, that I can find, description of design attempts to respond to the conservation area
Actually,
context.
I gave quite
Is there
a
something
detailed
else?
history of the evolution of the conservation area, of the medieval grain, of the Georgian terrace that followed the medieval grain, of the arrival of Guys, of the disruption of the medieval grain, which is why St Thomas Street it's one of the most unusual streets in London. One side of the street goes off in one direction, and the other side of the street follows a new direction.
Oh no, quite. I understand you gave a historical summary. Yes,
that is analysis of the dynamic history of that area, and therefore of the conservation area and of its grain.
Yeah, it's a description of the conservation area and its development. But what I'm not seeing in the DAS, which is the record of how the design has progressed, an analysis of how that's informed the decision to deliver a building of this scale.
Informed by things like Shard Place in the conservation area, its juxtaposition with the building of local significance, the fact that Southwark were fully in support of that building and its relationship of the historic terrace, with 4 metres behind the tall building, with the Shard then towering above that. So the conservation area, of course, as you know, is a dynamic piece. If you read the earlier report, I think the gentleman over there called it vintage. I mean, the description of the conservation
area appraisal
is vintage. It doesn't have, for instance, Shard Place or the Shard in it.
No, indeed. It does have, though, towards the end of that document, a section on guidelines for development. This is obviously a document produced by Southwark to inform their decision making, and it does contain some guidelines in relation to the form of buildings, specifically height. Where would I find in the documents an analysis of how either of these schemes performs against those guidelines?
We do a general analysis. I work with our heritage expert, Peter Stewart. We do a detailed analysis, and I think this is where Heritage England and a number of us who design buildings are distinct. You will talk about things being visually attached and other things. We don't see the same set of issues. So we see the area as one of dynamic change, with the opportunity for further change, because it's a world city location for offices, in a place of dynamic change. We don't see the conservation area as a fixed piece. In fact, that's why we welcome Southwark sharing that view with their support of the Shard Place arriving in a very, very similar juxtaposition. So that was obviously probably uppermost in our review of the conservation area.
Sure, and the question was about where I'd find an analysis of how the schemes perform against the guidelines in the adopted conservation area appraisal?
My colleague Peter Stewart can talk to that analysis, but I can tell you that it's in
his documents, is it, the analysis of the guidelines and how it's
he can answer your questions on it. I'm asking you my question of the vintage document that doesn't include a 300-metre building in its proposal or a 120-metre building that's in the conservation area. 2006, it's 2023 now. It's a very different place. I remember Tooley Street as a one-way street. I remember it's almost a no-go zone. So it's a very, very different place to the 2006 vintage conservation area report, as is pretty obvious when you walk around.
Is the answer that there isn't an analysis of how the schemes perform against the guidelines in any of the documents? Is that the answer? Is it no?
I have no analysis in my documents, but I have an analysis of how we've responded to the conservation areas now, not as it was 17 years ago.
Right. Have the prevailing heights and forms of the surrounding buildings on the High Street and St Thomas Street, they've changed, have they, since 2006?
The context, there's a rather tall building there, a lot of conversation about the primacy. The context of St Thomas Street, it would be hard to argue that the tallest building in Western Europe has arrived 50, 60 metres from the conservation area, and that hasn't changed the conservation area. In my view of the world, in your view, the conservation might be completely static, but in my view, there's been dramatic change.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's disagreeing with change. I think the difference between us is probably whether that's a positive thing or a negative thing from a heritage perspective.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's fine. But clearly, I mean, just going through that design process, thinking about the conservation area appraisal, the guidelines that it's got. I mean, you were aware, weren't you, that the impact on the conservation area was something that was being raised as a serious concern by Historic England and indeed by Southwark back in sort of late spring, summer 2018. You were aware of that?
That is why I worked very closely for a number of years with my colleague Peter Stewart, who's an expert advisor on the views and the impact, and also with my colleague Chris Goddard, who's reviewing it in the overall strategy of the planning strategy for the reinvention of this part of Southwark.
Yeah, you were aware of it, but yet no analysis of how the schemes perform against the guidelines in the appraisal.
Peter Stewart's analysis is very detailed, where he talks about what is beneficial, what is neutral, and what is adverse.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's move on. I just want to pick up on a quick issue about the brief and the quantum of floor space. You asked a series of questions about that, and I think you specifically confirmed that between the 2021 scheme, the brief was to achieve around the same level of floor space as the 2018 scheme. I think I may have this figure wrong. Is that about 30,000 square metres? Is that
the total
right?
development, I believe, is 46,000, but I mean it's in the documents. It is.
That's sort of ballpark, though.
Yes, it's within percentage points.
Yeah, fine. So that sort of range of floor space was to be achieved in 2021, and I think you fairly acknowledged, quite obviously, viability and kind of commercial reasons for needing to achieve that level of floor space in 2021 scheme.
The 2018 scheme is the scheme that we brought forward for good reason after a long period of consultation. The 2021 scheme was then saying, let us take the same suite of rules and investigate if there is a lower option that can address the concerns of some of the consultees, in particular with a focus on Southwark Cathedral.
Yeah.
We were very clear in our discussions with Southwark as to the strategy we were pursuing.
So far as those rules were concerned, I mean, can we assume that kind of requirement in terms of the level of floor space for commercial reasons was the same when you were looking at the 2018 scheme, i.e., let's say it's 30,000 square metres, that was the level of floor space that you needed to achieve, whatever the design of scheme for the 2018 proposal as well as for 2021.
The 2018 scheme went, and I've said many times, the 2018 scheme went through many iterations to arrive at a certain solution that we felt brought the significant benefits that address the less than substantial harm of placing a tall building in a cluster, although some would argue it's not in a cluster, it's a lopsided cluster. With that arrived at, the 2021 scheme was then an attempt to say, well, let us take another strategy. Can we reduce the building so it is less prominent in the sky and deliver the same brief? So it's a kind of a way of testing similar ideas and testing our capacity to think differently about mass in the city.
Sure.
Design.
Just thinking back to because I'm not going to turn it up, but there's that page in we've seen it in various places, the evolution of the tall buildings, so with the different forms going along. Were any of those less than around the 30,000 square metres, or was that kind of the rule that you were working to?
Some were more, some were less. As I said, a tall building will bring implications in terms of efficiencies and lifting strategies. So if you add 7 floors to a tall building, you might find you've got no more area and spent more money because the lifts have had to change. So it's not quite as linear as you or others would like to suggest it is. It's quite a complex equation.
Right, let's move on to views. Have you got the slide book from your evidence in chief?
Yes.
Yeah. Now I think it's page 27, slide 7E. Is the one with all the
Proof
views.
of evidence?
Yesterday's.
Yesterday's.
It's the A4.
Yeah.
A and Q 17.
Yes, thank you very much. I've got quite a few books.
I know.
I
Yeah.
would almost think I've been given too many.
This is that's the downside of having the hard copies, I think, unfortunately, and they all look very similar, so it's difficult. Yes, the page 27. It was this one with all the views. Yeah. And while you were giving your presentation, you helpfully got up and you pointed out 7 of those that were, I think you described as the 7 key views that were agreed with Southwark as benchmarks to test the proposals. And I'm hoping that the views that I noted down are indeed the correct views. Those were agreed 2015, I think you said. Is that right?
During the course, early on in the process, they were agreed as certain key ones that would start the conversation that would then fold out over time. Yeah,
I mean, you described those benchmarks. I mean, in terms of the purpose of agreeing those key views at that early stage, presumably that was so that you could test emerging design proposals against those and have some input into the design.
The process. I am not involved in that process. That is Peter Stewart and Southwark agreeing the views independent of me as a designer.
I'm not asking about agreeing the views.
I know. I'm just saying. You said that. I'm telling you where they're presented. They're agreed with him.
Understood.
And Southwark, and then played back to me. I don't set them. I don't know whether they're a benchmark. That's what Peter Stewart and Southwark agree as the first suite of views.
Yeah, I'm not asking about the process of agreeing those views. I'm sort of interested more in what the purpose of agreeing them was. You described them as a benchmark, and so I'm suggesting that presumably, you tell me if I'm wrong, the reason for it was so that as the design evolved, those proposals that you're coming up with can be tested against those views, and that there'll be some sort of feedback in terms of the design process. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
And obviously that was 2015, about 3 years before the scheme was actually submitted. The first scheme was submitted. I just wanted to go through those views. I think 3 of them you've already been through in your earlier cross-examination, those being the War Memorial View 43. I'm not going to go to them right now. I will go to some more, but so the War Memorial View 43, Southwark Street, Stony Street 44, and Guy's West Quad 47. We've already looked at those with Mr. Philpott, and I think of those, the War Memorial and Southwark Street, Stony Street, the conclusions for both schemes was of a moderate to major adverse effect, and then for the Guy's West Quad, a major adverse effect for both schemes.
The significance would be major, the effect would be adverse.
Yes. Okay. Well, I'm combining them together. Major, adverse.
Just on a point of clarification, that's not how the document works, but Mr. Stewart would explain that.
Okay.
So your combination together point, when you said you've combined them together, I understand why you've done that, but just to make it clear, that's not how the document works.
Okay. All right. Well, It says moderate to major, and then it says adverse. Okay.
It says it's a change of major. There's quite a big difference of saying that is a change.
Yeah, and it's adverse.
No. It says there's a change. That's one assessment.
Yeah.
And then it analyses that change and says it's adverse.
Yeah.
But it doesn't say it's a major adverse. It says it's a major change, and
which is adverse.
Yes, that's a very big difference. Because a major change can be also positive.
Yes, but in this case, it's adverse.
The major change, and it's decided to be adverse or neutral. Yes.
Yes.
You are conflating two different analyses. But Peter Stewart.
I'm just trying to save a bit of time. Unsuccessfully.
Changing the meaning of the words and the nature of the report.
Okay. For the War Memorial, there is a moderate to major change, and the change is adverse for both schemes. Yeah. Correct? Yeah. Southwark Street, Stony Street.
Get the numbers if you want me to refer to them.
No, well, I don't. Well, I was hoping we wouldn't because we've already looked at them once.
Then read them out.
Yeah. Southwark Street, Stony Street, for both schemes, there's a moderate to major change, and the change is adverse.
Yep.
Yeah. And for
I'm
guys,
not looking at them, so I'm assuming you're reading it correctly.
Okay, yeah. That I'm good. Yes, I hope I am. I'm sure I'll be corrected if I'm not. Guys West Quad, it's a major change, and the change is adverse.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's 3 of those 7 views. Can we now look at? We probably will have to go to the documents, I guess now. Unless you're happy to take a note. You want to look at it?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
We'll have to get both of the TVI BHAs up. So this might now take a little bit of time. I suppose it makes sense to do them scheme by scheme. Yeah. So let's start. So it's CDA 12. And I've got the page numbers here. So if we go to page 255. Which is page 259 of the PDF. Tell me when you're there.
I'm on page 255, Southwark Cathedral West, drawing number 48.
Oh, no. Right. It should be Guy's Hospital North Quad, drawing number 49.
Right. CDB 40. There's quite a lot of stuff here. Yes. Well, that one. Yes, 255, 49.
Yeah, so in the 2018 scheme here, and we can see 5.6.17, significance would be major, the effect would be adverse.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then page 257, so we're on view 50 now. St Thomas Street looking west from Shard Place, I think, thereabouts. Have you got that?
I've got that. 50,
yeah.
50.
Significance would be major, the effect would be adverse. Agreed?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the last two, 285 and 289. 285 should be Southwark Cathedral, northwest corner 1.
Yeah.
Significance would be moderate to major. The effect would be adverse.
Yeah.
And then 289 is just the next one in the sequence, and again the same analysis in terms of the effect.
Yeah.
Do you see?
Yes,
yeah.
I do, yeah.
Okay, so that's 2018, and then if we go to 2021, I can find it myself. Helpful.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. Now, I'm placing them in different positions. They're a rather spread out table.
Right. So this time it's so we're going back to Guy's North Quad, and it's page 227 this 227.
Time, and view 41.
227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 227. 41. 2
227, view 41, Guy's Hospital North Quad.
Yeah, and again, we've got major significance, effect would be adverse.
Yeah.
And then page 233. It's that St Thomas Street view again, view 42. Significance would be major, the effect would be adverse.
Yep.
And then if we just skip ahead then to the Southwark Cathedral view, so this time it's pages 259 and 263.
$259.
259.
Yes, I have.
Moderate to major, the effect would be adverse. And then 263 is the same.
Yeah.
You see? Yeah.
Yes.
So that takes us through, just thinking back to those 7 key views for benchmarking that you agreed with Southwark back in 2015. Been through all of those now. And the analysis found major and adverse effects to 3 of them, and major to moderate and adverse effects to the other 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I understand from your previous cross-examination that you don't agree with those conclusions.
Yes.
And I think they obviously haven't led you to any kind of change in the form of development. My note of your answer to my learned friend's question was that you thought it was not worth considering alternatives.
No, that's a wrap up. That's you're talking about. We did a major amount of work looking at all these views, and we've looked at them in a kinetic way. We've walked around. As you know, there are views which show the Shard having a major impact, and the effect is adverse in the setting of Southwark Cathedral. So in the world of photographs, of looking at London, which is not the world of experiencing London, there is a shared technical view, less than substantial harm, but it's harm. So it's an endless balancing act of the design of the object, which I am very happy to see. Just I'm sure Renzo Piano Building Workshop are happy to see their building appear on the sky, and as quite a few Londoners have become happy to see it. So it's not quite as you're laying it out there. I wouldn't agree.
Well, I'm literally just looking at the notes from the questions that you were asked earlier, because you were taken through some of those impacts. It was put. Let me just finish. Please let me just finish first. It was put to you that you were aware of those adverse effects before the heightened form was settled upon. You said yes, you were aware of that analysis. It was then put to you, did you suggest to the client it might be worth considering alternatives to avoid these effects? You said no. Do you want to change
what
that?
I said was we had already done extensive analysis. We've done kinetic walk-arounds. We've got, walk-throughs that are a real experience of how someone looks at it. And in that view, we did not think the less than substantial harm would ever be addressed satisfactorily, but it was less than substantial and would be offset by the public benefits. That was the considered view, because it's not just myself looking at this, it's myself looking at this with Peter Stewart, looking at this with DP9.
Yeah, and the point is you've got all of those sort of outputs in terms of looking at those key benchmark views. They're telling you major and major to moderate adverse effects, and yet that doesn't make any difference to the end result, because we've still got those effects.
It's telling me less than substantial harm, and it's been finessed and resolved in most of the other views.
Sure. Okay. Just picking up on this point about the cathedral. When we were discussing the 2021 scheme, and you'd made the point a number of times that you were specifically there trying to address views of Southwark Cathedral, and you said that had been successful because I can't remember their name, the Fabric Committee, whoever it is at Southwark Cathedral, were no longer objecting. That's right, isn't it? But it's true, isn't it, that in relation to the 2021 scheme, the actual analysis conducted by Peter Stewart in terms of these views and the effects, it was no difference. It was still major to moderate, moderate to major, and it was still adverse. So in terms of it being successful,
I'm not from the cathedral, but they wrote the letter of support. So
sure.
That's just a fact. I mean, what Peter Stewart, that doesn't that suggest to you that different people have different opinions? Peter Stewart, who is working with us on the design of a building, thinks something under the technical analysis is less than substantial harm but has an adverse effect. Southwark Cathedral, who I believe even Heritage England would think have a long-term interest in the cathedral, wrote a letter of support. That's just a fact.
That's a fact, and it's on that basis that you consider the 2021 scheme to have successfully addressed the concerns about Southwark Cathedral.
Well, that's Southwark Cathedral, so
yeah.
I think that's kind of quite telling. That's not me, or that's not Peter Stewart, that's Southwark Cathedral.
Sure, but it is the case, isn't it, that it hasn't addressed the concerns of Historic England or of Southwark?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it's addressed the concerns of Southwark.
It's just because you described it as successful, but we're still finding the adverse impacts and we still have the objections. So I'm just querying how that can be regarded as
substantial harm. Which I'm not going to go into this because I'm not the expert.
I haven't asked you to.
But no. I know Historic England have only complained about 7% of tall buildings, but I'd like to know the ones they haven't complained about.
Well, we might be here a while if it's.
Well, maybe that's
93%. We're going to be here a little while. I'm going to just move on to a couple of other points that we haven't covered already. Firstly, sort of the King's Head Yard and King's Head Pub, and it'd be nice to not have to go to the documents. But we'll just see how we get on. The heritage statement for the 2018 scheme states the significance of the King's Head of this public house derives in large part from its location on King's Head Yard. Is that something you're familiar with? That
I'm familiar with that. That's a heritage statement by Kevin Murphy, I assume.
No, this is Peter Stewart's.
That's obviously one for Peter Stewart because it's his heritage statement.
Well, I'm not questioning that. I'm taking that as that's the analysis, is that the significance of the pub derives in large part from its location on King's Head Yard. If it's right that location on this narrow yard makes an important contribution to significance, it must be harmful to lose that narrowness by creating an open square, mustn't it?
No, because the public house was built when the street had a different configuration. It was much more open when it was built.
Well, yes, I was interested in that. There were those slides. Now I haven't got the reference. You had this slide, I think it's page 16 of your examination in chief presentation.
Yes.
Is that what you're sort of having in your mind's eye, as it were, when you just said that?
There are photos in various documents that show that all you would see from that public house was low-level walls, outhouses, and the back of the building. So it was obviously not as developed as it is now.
Mm-hmm. But just looking through that kind of historical kind of regression there, obviously we can see it's slightly wider, slightly narrower at different points. The alignments change at different points. It's fair to say, isn't it, though, that since it was built, it's never been attached to or been experienced as part of a public square in the sense that you're seeking to deliver with these schemes.
There's never been a public square there.
Pardon?
There's never been a public square there.
And then in terms of this history, you said something when you were going through these slides in your evidence in chief, you said something that kind of got me pricking my ears up again, which was that there used to be historic entry into and through the site to ease flow. I was just wondering what evidence or what document you had in mind when you said that.
Well, the yards in the illustrations and in the photographs were twice as wide as the yard is now. If you turn over the page to page 17,
termination is what?
These images show a much wider yard.
No, I appreciate that, but it's a slightly different point because you said there used to be historic entry and through the site to ease flow, and I was just wondering what evidence were you pointing to?
1746, the burial ground, there was a route through into the burial ground and the church.
Where's the evidence? I mean, what evidence have we got of kind of public access to these places and the purpose of that being to ease flow?
Well, we've got the maps.
Right. Okay, it's just the maps. It's the maps.
I don't have any videos of 1746, but I've got maps. That's the best I've got at the moment. Maps, photographs, and illustrations.
Okay, can we move on to the hop sample rooms frontage, if I can call it that, the colonnade on the north side of King's Head Yard? Yeah. Now, from the heritage statement, there is an acknowledgement there that contributes positively to the setting of the pub. Are you aware of that? In the heritage statement?
That's Peter Stewart's view,
Yeah.
which obviously you can take up with him.
Well, I don't disagree with it, but is that also your understanding?
That's understanding what Peter Stewart's view is.
Yeah. And the reason that it makes that contribution to the setting of the pub is that it relates to the classical frontage. There's a relationship between the architecture that's sort of mutually reinforcing.
That's Peter Stewart's view. I wouldn't necessarily agree with him on that.
You don't agree? What do you think then?
I think it's a rather tired fragment of history with a UKPN louvered substation in it, with a quite elegant, ornate cornice, but next to a service yard with a wall flying over it, with a commercial architecture mock-up from that first pedimented bay onwards that was rebuilt after the war. That's my view of it, which I've acknowledged is different to yours.
I think we will have to look at the conservation area appraisal just briefly now, if you've got that somewhere to hand. It's called document E06. You've got everything very nicely bound. Although I'm not jealous of the hard copies, but it's very organised. It's page 42 that I'm wanting to look at. And there's a heading there, key unlisted buildings and building groups. Do you see? Are you on the right page?
I'm on page 42. There's a map, sub-area 1.
Yeah, that's right. It's the paragraph above that. It says the main defining elements of the conservation area are groups of buildings that combine into frontages that define streets, spaces and views. Often this group value of buildings is as important as the individual characteristics of listed buildings, and the scale, containment and background character that they provide is essential to the character of the conservation area. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then if we skip forward a couple of pages to page 45 within this section.
I'm just checking because I'm not sure I'm looking at the same map as you, but in the map I'm looking at, pub is not listed.
No, well, don't
mistake in the map. I'm just trying to establish that I'm not looking at the same map as you.
Well, I think you're on the same page as me, because if you were just looking at that paragraph.
Listed.
If it helps,
it's in the next sub area.
Yes.
I think. Because I think there's a pub in sub area 4. I think maybe
it's page 49. This is the figure, page 49, that you will recall, Madam, Dr. Barker Mills reproduced, but reproduced amended so that it showed all of the listed buildings.
It's been sort of divided up into the areas, hasn't it? So
I see.
I think just because it's not on the first map.
I know,
don't worry about the maps. I'm not looking at the maps. I'm not interested in the maps. I'm not going to the maps. No. Forget the maps.
Sorry.
Forget the maps. What I'm interested in is page 40. So we're in this section on key unlisted buildings and building groups. Page 45. And there's a heading format in yards. And it says 4.3.12, the yards and inns on the eastern side of Borough High Street are all completely contained by buildings. In many instances, the buildings have limited architectural note, but certain groups have strong townscape value in containing narrow spaces. First bullet point, northern side of King's Head Yard, 2-storey colonnaded commercial buildings, 19th, 20th century. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And it's clear, isn't it, from this document that building or that part of building is seen as making a positive contribution to the conservation area.
Yes, well, I disagree with its dating.
Yeah, you don't share this view.
The bomb damage showed it destroyed beyond repair, but yes.
But either way, regardless of how much of that is original fabric or not, it is a fact that it is set out in the conservation area appraisal that is part of a building or building group that has strong townscape value in containing narrow spaces, and it's something that's making a positive contribution to the conservation area.
That is the conservation area analysis. It's not my experience of the site.
No. I don't want to trespass too much into policy, but it is the case that under the framework, loss of a building or other element which makes a positive contribution to the significance of the conservation area should be treated as either a substantial harm or less than substantial harm. Here we're going to have loss of that hop sample room facade. That's going to amount to less than substantial harm, isn't it, on that basis?
I'm not the policy person. You're going to have to go to Chris Goddard on that. I'm not a specialist in planning policy.
But I know you're not. But it's heritage is something that you agreed should have an input into the design. You've designed a building which you hope is responding to this context. This is part of that context.
So for instance, you're saying that the yards are delightful places, and
I haven't said that. I didn't say that.
You said that the square was inappropriate. I'm saying that the square adds delight and alleviates the kind of misery of the yards, which are pretty blank, inactive places.
But a frontage which you agreed the conservation area appraisal regards as making a positive contribution to the area, and therefore loss of that element that makes a positive contribution is regarded in policy terms as harm. You don't agree with it, but that is the case, isn't it?
Less than substantial harm, yes.
Thank you. Back to Keats House finally. Just this principle of moving the facade. Try and shortcut this. It's fair to say that the only reason that Keats House facade is being moved at all is to facilitate servicing arrangements. They're different between the two schemes, but in either way, that's the reason that it's being moved. Correct? Yeah. If there was a better way of getting service access, you wouldn't be doing anything to that facade. It would be staying where it was.
It's a good way of making the best possible service access. Moving facades and is now part of the industry standard practice.
Yeah, so is the answer yes, you wouldn't be moving Keats House at all if there was a better way of getting servicing access?
I wouldn't seek to move Keats House if I could do it another way that didn't bring less benefit than moving it. The benefit of moving it is to alleviate the yards from the traffic that makes them the miserable space they are.
Sorry, I don't know if we're talking at cross purposes.
There's a huge amount of traffic that goes through the yards.
I'm talking about Keats House here.
Yes.
Yeah.
But this is one combined site.
Yeah.
By moving Keats House, one can greatly improve the pedestrian ability to traverse the yards because you take the servicing out of the yards, as I showed in my presentation.
All right, I don't want to waste too much time on this. There are two options through the documents that we've seen in terms of the process of moving that facade. Initially, the process was dismantling and rebuilding, as I understand it. That was the initial preference. Then that was then abandoned in favour of, or not abandoned, but the preference then became to use this technology of jacking it up and sliding it across. I mean, either way, that is quite a complex and labour intensive process, and there are risks to the fabric through either approach, aren't there?
No greater risk than the fact that the fabric is actually fairly heavily butchered by the extension when it was gutted in the first place. So it is only a facade. It's been retained once, and we're just removing the unsatisfactory, misaligned, badly detailed 1980s commercial extension. We're removing that, and in removing it, we prop it, and then the benefit is we can then reprop it, move it, and then release traffic to the yard. So it's a cumulative suite of actions that work to make a better overall proposal. The building has been jacked and retained once before.
In your proof of evidence, you said that dismantling and rebuilding the facade could result in an expected loss of up to 50% of the original brickwork.
Which is why we moved away from that.
Which is why you moved away from it. And then we've got the report on the sliding which I don't think it is a report on the sliding methodology. It's CDA 19. It's the report by PAYE. I don't think we need to go there because it's just one sentence from it, which is basically, it says facade sliding is recommended by experts. The reason for that is the risk of further cracking of the stonework. Do you remember that?
We've moved to facade sliding because we've done it and our engineers have done it and our client has done it. We believe there's less risk. It's more expensive, but less risk. That's where we've moved to.
But the point being, either way on the documents, there is a risk, isn't there? Whatever way, if you're going to move it. Yeah. Okay. And then finally, just the sort of relationship between Keats House and Guy's Hospital. I think when you gave your original factual presentation, I don't think we need to look at the slide because I think you'll probably remember this. There was a slide showing you had the original engraving, the builder's engraving of Keats House, and it has a heading above that saying freestanding Venetian villa, which I think was taken from your proof, and you corrected yourself, I think, during that presentation and said that actually it was never freestanding, it was always engaged on the left.
It was engaged, and it had also a flying arch from the illustration coming in front of Guy's Hospital, so it was a strange arrangement.
Yeah,
but illustrated by the architects of the freestanding villa in their illustrations and their engravings.
Well, I mean, is it? I mean, I think when I looked at that, I think you actually can see. I'm not going to necessarily to go to this, but the inspector can look at it. I mean, I think you can actually see. I think you can actually see that it's attached. Admittedly, it's not the clearest, but on the left. But we probably don't need to look at it. I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it, though, because we know that building, Keats House, was built by the hospital as staff accommodation, so fully makes sense that it was built adjoining the hospital. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And in the DAS, we might as well just have a quick look at this if you've got it. Is it somewhere convenient to hand for you?
I'm getting gone ragged about this. I've got a DAS in another file somewhere.
Oh dear, this is probably not going to be worth. It's 2018.
21 or 18?
2018.
Yeah. Yes.
Right. Find it myself now, the page that I'm looking for. My notes, I've got page 60.
Page 60 is a map of key move forward. It's a map of the new public realm. Page 61 is the image as you come out of the rear of the station with the new tower coming to ground.
Something's obviously gone wrong with my referencing here, though.
Nice image. I'm happy to talk about it. But
I think page 50. That must be a typo there. Page 50 or 53 of the PDF for those that are electronic.
Page 50 is the yes. The key move one retains and
that's the one.
Buildings,
just under the heading where it says Keats House as a standalone building, the proposal seeks to return Keats House closer to its original condition as a standalone building, giving it breathing space and offering active frontage to new public realm areas on site. You see that?
Yes.
I think similar point made in the proof. In the proof, you have summary of benefits in your proof. I'm not going to ask you to turn it up. One of the benefits of the 2021 scheme is reinstatement to the standalone villa typology. Do you know the reference I'm talking about there? Yeah. Now, obviously, this benefit of reinstating it to a sort of standalone villa, giving it breathing space, not something that you repeated in your oral evidence. Is that because, as you corrected yourself, you're sort of now appreciating that actually it was always attached?
I knew it was always attached, but what it's become is it's been consumed by the 1980s building. So, in fact, it's not a building with its own integrity of two-party walls and a rear. Obviously, I've acknowledged its moves. I've explained it's moved 2.76. But in the 1980s version, it is a facade bolted to another building. In our project, you start to read the building as party walls and a rear elevation.
As originally constructed, it was attached to Guy's Hospital West Wing.
A party wall at the back, And then in the 80s, all of that was
I
removed.
understand that. I understand that. I understand the nature of the works that were done. But despite that work, from the street view, it still remained attached to the front, to the wing of Guy's Hospital, didn't it?
Yes, but
Yeah.
if you were to sell it, it was a standalone building originally. Then it became consumed as just a facade to a much bigger building behind. That is quite.
I see. That's what you mean. That's what
I
you
mean
mean.
by standalone. So I apologize if there's any confusion about that.
Okay, that may be where we're slightly at cross purposes then. Okay, fine. Okay, well, just finally then, in your evidence in chief, you described the pulling away of Keats House, I think probably specifically in the 2021 scheme here, and you said that would reveal the historic party wall of the back of the quad, which was once seen before Keats House arrived. I'm right in thinking, aren't I? I mean, that's not something in terms of, is that something that you see as a benefit? Revealing that back wall of the hospital wing.
I thought in your world it might be a benefit. In my world, it's just a result.
Okay. But you're not putting that forward as some sort of benefit of the scheme.
I think there's some interest in the fact that quad stood independently and there's a return wall, and then Keats House came forward. I'm sure would have been objected to at the time. So I think it's of interest.
All right. I think we'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. I suggest we have a break and then we'll proceed with re-examination. Are you still sort of thinking half an hour-ish?
Max.
Okay.
Should be less than half an hour.
Okay. Well, if we come back at 3:20.
Passionate.
What documents might I get now?
Okay. Reconvene at 3:20.
Half past me. A couple of files, I mean, you can get the Southwark plan on the top of the file.
Those are yours, aren't they?
These are mine. They're not. Yes.
Don't. If you have got anything, hold on to it for now, just in case, because
Yeah.
still got a few questions.
Yeah, fine. Lay them out so I can see them.
Right.
You'll put together that note. I'm not talking about except say it's
to arrive at an answer, you have to deliver bits of information and clarification. Sorry.
first of all, by my learned friend for Mr. Philpott for the council. So I wonder if we can just go back to this point of landmark significance. It's in the Southwark plan, which you've got right in front of you. And sorry, that's core document EO1, and it's page 135, page 135. You'll know that there's a fact box on page 135. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm just going to read it out in a run, just to remind ourselves and you. We're told the point of landmark significance, and you'll remember that earlier on we're told that tall buildings must be don't have one, they should be located at a point of landmark significance. Anyway, it's described here as a point of landmark significance is where a number of important routes converge, where there's a concentration of activity, and which is or will be the focus of views from several directions. Now, you'll remember my learned friend took you through this sort of aspect or part of this by part of this by part of this, and we will remember the exchanges. I just want you to draw your points together, please. Became apparent that you consider the point, this is a point of landmark significance. Can you just explain, please, bringing all those points together, why it is that you hold that view? Because we had it sort of bit by bit, but it's the accumulation of all the points I'm just asking about. So, in a few words, why do you hold the view that you do?
Where there's a concentration of activity and which is or will be the focus of views from several directions. So I believe it is acknowledged by most people in the room that there's a London Bridge cluster. There is a very tall building, 300 metres, the Shard. There's a historical building, Guy's Hospital. And then there are two other buildings that arrived by the same eminent architect around the Shard. There is St Thomas Street, which is, second only to Tooley Street in terms of intensity of activity. It's the exit from London Bridge Station. It's the exit from the buses down to the street. There's the movement of people generally towards Borough Market. The intensity of activity is going that way to the heart of the Borough Market with the 15 million visitors. But there's also, I think, 4 million visitors to the Shard. It's a very, very intensely used place of significance. And as this model here shows, ours is the suitable western full stop of a cluster that's actually a linear event that runs along the street, which, as you then travel at various angles from Southwark Street or up Borough High Street, you then perceive in different ways, or indeed if you're coming from a city over London Bridge, you perceive this as an existing cluster that is then added to by the buildings proposed with consent, and in our case, the ones we're proposing without consent. So to me, it's very clearly a cluster. It's clearly a place of landmark significance, and the Shard is the sort of pinnacle of that, both in terms of its height, its import, but it's also driving this ongoing change in development, and it's very exciting.
Thank you very much indeed. In answering that question, the points you made about the cluster actually would deal with one of the other points I wanted to raise with you, so that's taking another one off my list, if you like. I want to go to something completely different now, as I say, following the order in which the points were raised. So I wonder if you could go, please, to your proof.
Proof of evidence.
Well done.
June 22, found it.
Page 23. Page 23. And you'll recall on page 23, there's a paragraph we spent a fair bit of time on, paragraph 3.3.5, where you're talking about the existing buildings on the site, particularly the Licorice Allsort building. The constrained floor-to-floor heights, atomised floor plates, life-expired plant installations present unviable challenges for adaptation to modern working practices. And you were asked, well, where's the independent consultant's report to demonstrate that? And you very passionately told us about your adult life's work, looking at buildings, etc., etc. So we got all of that. I just want to turn this on its head, really. In those many years of conversations with Southwark that you summarise in your proof, has that position ever been challenged by Southwark?
It has never been challenged by Southwark. It was from the very off. We had that model I showed where we removed all the pieces and left the facade of Keats House and the Georgian Terrace, but quite early on we produced the model with the red showing how badly damaged the Georgian Terrace was, and that was all acknowledged as, you know, the challenge to be addressed.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. You can shut that book. Carrying on, jumping probably about 20 questions or so to a later point I want to come back to you. Do you remember you were asked whether there had ever been a tall building on the appeal site, and you rightly said no. And, you know, one doesn't know what's implied by the question, if you like, but if we think about the approved tall buildings at the eastern end of St Thomas Street, so you can see them there on the model.
Yeah.
To the best of your understanding, well, we can see the sites, but to the best of your understanding, has there ever been a tall building on any of those three sites?
No, our research and understanding of the area is that there's never been a tall building on any of those three sites.
Thank you very much. Good. I now want to, no, I won't actually answer the point about the cluster, so we can take that, so post it off my book. That's good. Let's move on. Yes, so it's something completely different. Shops.
Yeah.
So we've got a few shops in the 2018 scheme when we got less retail in the 2021 scheme. And I just want to ask you, one doesn't know necessarily where all the points how they're going to go in the council's closing. So I just want to, just in case there's this implication. So you've said what you said about the shops in the two schemes. Now, one doesn't know, but if it's in any way implicit in the questions that were put to you that the 2018 scheme's public realm, if you like, won't really be successfully animated because the retail space either, you know, the shops won't be let in the first place, or they will, but the shops will fail. And so we're going to end up with some duff. This is my colloquial way of putting it, some duff public realm, because we're going to have closed shops or boarded up shops. Can you just help with that? I mean, you did refer to the client, very important, GPE, cross-subsidising and curating the space and so on. Can you just help, please, as to whether it's realistic to imagine the 2018 scheme, if we get permission for it, if it's built, with shops that aren't let, or with shops that are vacant, or shops that are boarded up, and so therefore there's no real animation in that space?
They're affordable retail units for the 2018 scheme, and on that basis, with the kind of current propensity of people to enjoy independent small traders, I could imagine as they're affordable, they would be let and they would be curated by GPE to be successful.
Good, thank you very much indeed. Moving on to something completely different. Do you remember there was a discussion about your architectural references? You remember the warehouse references, the railway structures references, and so on. And it was put to you that, you know, that buildings and structures in question were here, there, and somewhere else, but wherever they weren't in sub-area 4 of the conservation area. We can, in our minds, I think, where sub-area 4 is. Now, just help us, obviously, because you're an architect and, you know, not a QC. So, from the architect's perspective, please, what do you think of that line of that lawyer's line of examination? Well, you know, this is a reference, it's not in sub-area 4. That's a reference, it's not in sub-area 4. That's another reference, it's not in sub-area 4. How does it actually work in the way in which you go about designing buildings?
When we design buildings, we look at a place and a site. We are obviously cognizant of things like LVMF frameworks, of conservation areas, and of listed buildings. But like we walk around sites like the public, understanding how they work. So at lunchtimes, I walk underneath the railway line, Southwark Cathedral is hidden and then suddenly appears. And that is actually part of the pleasure and character of the area. As I come across the bridge, I walk underneath the railway station and the bridge, and then I discovered the bank, the pub, the Georgian Terrace. I find the Splade Street opposite. I see the Shard. This is the context in which all of us experience the buildings in the city. We are cognizant and we cross-check and we have experts. We look back to conservation areas. We look back to viewing corridors. We look at distant views and near views. But we design with the greater fabric of the city as experienced by people. They do not enter and leave conservation areas. They experience the city as a dynamic record of retention of the best buildings and renewal. And that is what Southwark and London has been about for 2,000 years.
Great, thank you very much indeed. Now, this might be a challenge. I want to go to CDA point 12, which is the 2018 Townscape Visual Impact, etc., document. Oh, well done. That wasn't so much of a challenge after all.
Yeah, no, and I'm getting better just as I finish.
Yes, finishing on a high note, so to speak, with your documents anyway. And in the hard copy book, I want to go to page 229, which was one of the, I think there were 6 or 7 or so that my own friend Mr. Philpott took you to. Just check, yes, on this page. And it's view 43. It's view 43 on page 229. And do you remember you were taken on that page? Sorry, ma'am, I don't know whether that's it. It's 233 in the PDF. Sorry. Thank you. I'm going to try to shorten this by using this as a proxy, but if you tell me that's not a fair thing to do, then we'll look at them each in turn. So you'll recall perhaps that I think there are probably 6 of these references my own friend Mr. Philpott took you to. And let's just take this one as a for instance. On page 229 in the hard copy book to whatever it was in the PDF, paragraph 5.5.39. So you look at the image, the future situation with the 2018 scheme, and towards the end of the paragraph it says, notable shift in balance between historic foreground and modern background, conjunction between the developments form and the shards form is visually uneasy from this particular point, and then we get this gradation of how significant it is. And here it's said to be whatever it's said to be, moderate to major, and the effect would be adverse. Now, it became quite clear from your answers to my own friend Miss String for Historic England that you didn't agree with those conclusions of adverse. So that's part of the journey, if you like. But if we take the commentary beforehand, so visually uneasy, as a scheme architect, I mean, is that something that you would sign up to or not? Visually uneasy in this photograph? You were at pains to say these aren't views, they're photographs.
Yes, I think it's the addition of a new building to the cluster that works well. I can understand Mr. Stewart's comment about uneasy, but I also think it's another of our strange views, where as I walk up Borough High Street heading towards the bridge, I read the War Memorial set against the 3-bay kind of Franco-style villa.
The one we can see on the left of the
picture.
In the
left, that is the backdrop to the War Memorial.
Slug and messes.
And I'm actually heading to Southwark Street to the Hop Exchange, and I'm probably going west, not east. So this to me is a fragment of a moment in time, which I'm also having to pull myself right back to the pavement, probably coming out of the door of one of the shops or apartments there to get this view. So to me, Mr. Stewart might regard it as a little bit uneasy. I regard it as 2 modern buildings, creating a cluster which has the same kind of relationship as Shard Place has with the Shard, except it's much closer. And you get that same view when you look up as you walk east and you see Shard Place, and the Shard itself disappears. So to me, it's a photo of a moment in time. It's not actually something you would experience, but I also am happy to look at it.
Yes, okay. And so just using that as a proxy, you remember later on the terms used for some of the other views as, for example, not create a particularly positive pictorial relationship. I mean, Mr. Stewart can explain what that means, but from your architect's eye, your architect's eyes, I mean, expressions like that for your building. I mean, what would you say to that?
I think the joy of London is the sort of cheek by jowl development over time, and the best buildings survive and the new buildings come up. The transformation of this area over the last 20 years, since 17 years since the conservation area plan was produced, is extraordinary. The density of traffic, when I walked the site last night, 1,000 people in the courtyard of the George, the people making do outside the King's Head, the juxtaposition of the news building and the Shard itself, that's actually the transformational quality of the area, and this adds to that in the sky, and of course it also adds to it in the public realm in a way that none of these other buildings do.
Thank you. We're doing very well for time, actually, so that's good. Can we go back to the Southwark plan, please? You probably didn't dramatically throw it on the floor.
No,
You've got it on your desk at the side.
I'm just spreading them around so I can find them.
Yeah, well, no, I rather like the fucking things on the floor. Appeals to me. Page 90, page 90, which is policy AV11 in document EO1.
Yep.
And the sort of heading here in the re-examination, if there is such a thing as a heading in my re-examinations, is prominence of the Shard, So can we just look at I know you're not a planning policy expert, just to get the basis for the question. You remember you looked at quite a few, you were taken to a few pictures and, where your building appears in front of the Shard or whatever it might be. So let's just look at this. So AV11 London Bridge area. So do you see halfway, third of the way down the page, development in London Bridge should.
Yeah.
And then the helpfully unnumbered bullet points, so 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth unnumbered bullet point tells us make sure ... the Shard remains significantly taller. So if we just pause there, would the Shard remain significantly taller if either of our schemes were permitted and built?
One of them, the Shard, will be 150 metres taller, twice the height, and in the later scheme it will be 3 times the height in approximation.
Okay, so the Shard remains significantly taller, tick, and more visible than surrounding buildings as the station's landmark. With that, what would you say as to whether that would continue to be or no longer be this position of the Shard, that it would be more visible than surrounding buildings as the station's landmark?
The Shard sits on the station and is clearly the landmark. It's the landmark, seen all over London, but when you get to this area, it is still highly evident in any of the views because it is not only the tallest building in Western Europe, it's also got one of the largest footprints. So again, it will remain very much the dominant piece seen over the station.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Good. You can put that book away. You remember moving on, there was some questioning and in effect pointing out that in relation to the public realm, in the 2021 scheme, because about half of it, 54%, I think the figure was, is covered, and for various other reasons, there would be a reduced daylight and sunlight amenity in the public realm 2021 compared to 2018. Now, I don't know genuinely whether the implication was, and therefore the 2021 scheme's public realm would be unsatisfactory in some respect because of that. Just you'd have less daylight or sunlight, but just in case the implication was this is some sort of bad thing about the 2021 scheme, what would you say to that, please?
I would say that the exit from the station into the square is delightful, useful, and important to the transformation of people movement in the area in both the 2018 and in the 2021 scheme. I've talked about different design tactics within an overall strategy. In 2018 and 2021 hold the same strategy. The design tactic in the 2018 scheme is to go taller, to release a larger square, to reveal a little bit more of the Georgian terrace, and create a space that therefore will inevitably be slightly larger and get slightly more light and shade, because we should remember one of the things you look for half the year in the modern world is shade rather than light. The 2021 scheme has a slightly smaller square, but still very significant, which in other people's analysis should be better because it has less impact on the yard. But that, in my view, is it's beneficial in both cases. And then it creates a really elegant gallery with side light that is 17 metres high, that if you walk through London Bridge Station, as I have done every day over the last few weeks, that is, the joy of that is walking in shelter with natural light in another kind of urban place. So shade and protection contrasting with openness is, a beneficial other strategy in the 2021 scheme that doesn't mind the 2018 scheme, but they are just different versions of the same overall idea, which is significant enhancement of the public realm at ground, just as at Southwark's request. In the 2021 scheme, we lifted the public realm that we provided in the sky up to the roof, whereas in the 2018 scheme, we had it at the Mary Poppins level.
Okay, thank you very much.
So they're just different strategies of the same design benefit and public realm benefit.
Thank you. Good. And finally, we were relieved to hear, in relation to just one point arising from Ms. String's cross-examination for Historic England. Well, Heritage England, I think, as they became at various places points during the course of your answers. Again, do you remember you were asked questions about, well, where is the conservation area discussed and described, etc., in this book or that book or some other book? That's my colloquial summary. But if there was an implication in those questions, if there was, who knows, but if there was an implication in those questions that in drawing up these schemes, the conservation area was ignored by you and your colleagues, what would you say to that?
The conservation area was a fundamental part of our analysis of the scheme before we had a scheme. As I said, we worked with Peter Riddington of Donald Insel Associates on an extensive review of the site, the existing buildings, and the heritage assets. Because we are part of the conservation area. We looked at the Georgian Terrace, we looked at Pete's house, we looked at the yard. We then started studying the historic maps, which tell you something different about the conservation area, which is actually a story of change over time, success and decline. The arrival of the railway station means that by 1880, Mr. Rickson or Dixon is trying to salvage these soon to be lost much larger buildings. So the realignment of a Georgian terrace over a 40-year period on the south side of the conservation area, with the older Georgian terrace following the medieval line. This is all part of this study of disjunction and event, and of course, there's moments of celebration where a building like Shard Place rises 100 metres out of the ground in your full perspective as you head east behind the locally listed terrace. This is all the public experience of the conservation area, which of course we know very well because 10 or 12 years ago we were working on the landmark church. We have built the apartment in that tower, and we built the interior of the church before it became a bar. It was a working place for a company called Cathedral. So we have a long understanding of this area. And for us, it's about understanding the history, understanding the successes, understanding which assets are important, and then understanding how just as the railway line, superseded the horse and carriage, so our new building will supersede the Licorice Allsop building and the badly damaged Georgian terrace, and actually put a new life that will go well into the next century and beyond. As I said, we're making forever buildings that really won't be coming down in the low carbon world.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Alford. Thank you for your evidence.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Well done, Mr. Alford. Go on holiday and relax now. Okay, thank you, everyone. Any procedural points to pick up? Anything? Let's go. Okay, so on Tuesday we've got it's Phil Villas for Guy's and St Thomas Trust at 9:30. Yeah, the letter's on there, so
Yes, I've seen that.
got that.
Seem like more conditions and obligations.
It is.
rather than
That's why
Yeah,
they're coming
we
back.
can perhaps-
They're coming back to that session.
Yeah.
pick that up. But
Yeah.
yeah, we've got that.
I won't be asking many questions, ma'am, anyway. So.
Okay, and I know you may.
I can't think of anything I could usefully have in a letter other than in the conditions
Over
obligation
to
session. They may.
Okay.
So he'll be in and out quickly then, ma'am. We hope.
Yeah. Okay, and then we've got Mr. Stewart, who we've heard
Yes.
so much of today as well.
Yes, and what do we say for his evidence chief? An hour and a half. He won't be an hour and a half. It'll be an hour, I suspect.
Okay.
That. So yeah.
Okay, great. Well, everyone have a good weekend. Enjoy
Thank you,
Neighbours
ma'am.
tonight if you're watching. I will be.
Come on,
I'm glad I'll make it. So, but no, thank you very much, and we'll reconvene 9:30 on Tuesday.
Thank you so much.